He is alive. Actually, I was fighting for my life today. What's up, son? I was. Oh my god. The washroom was not kind to me. I don't know what I ate, but it like fermented in a vat. And I had to, ugh. Woke up at midnight to puke that. Well, that's not great. Doesn't even sound like you had a good time before if you woke up at midnight. Damn, that sucks. Excuse me. Oh boy. All right. What are we doing today? Every Simpson rank now. All right, that's the intro. That's a good intro. Whatever. So I feel so naked without my headphones. I also look poofy. We're gonna rank all the Simpsons, all the classic Simpsons episodes. Uh, why? Because I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. I got a lot to say. Simpsons has been my favorite TV show for the last 20 something years, I want to say. I might. The problem is, there is no problem. It's going to be fun. So, all these are unmarked, and I'm going to try to remember the names as best as I can, but I might have to cheat. The first thing we have is Bart gets an F. So in this episode, Bart primarily he screws up and he says he's going to be held back a grade if he fails again, and he tries really hard to learn. I think it was a history exam, and he almost fails. He almost fails it, and then he says, "Oh, I feel like George Washington after the defeat to the French in 1754," and Miss Krabappel gives him an extra point that lets him pass. Overall, it's a really nice episode. It shows a lot of humanity for Bart, about his struggling, being, I'm not gonna say a dumb kid, but a little bit of a dumb kid. It's up there. It's definitely up there. I should set up some guidelines for this. So the tiers are: I choose you. Excellent. Everything's coming up Millhouse. I was saying Boo Earns. The lesson is never try. This both sucks and blows, and worst episode ever. So there's gonna be a lot of things in the lower tiers, but because everything is so good, I want to have kind of a normal distribution. So things will go in the lower tiers, which means that the highest tiers have to be really high. They gotta really stand out. So Bart gets an F. I'm gonna put it in excellent for now. We might move it because it is such a good episode, but we're gonna start there. And I don't want to I don't want to rank things within a category. That's just it's too much. Maybe at the end we'll re-rank things if I feel like it, but we'll see. This is Bart gets hit by a car. Mr. Burns is basically driving his deathmobile, hits Bart. He doesn't want to pay the $1 million that he's being sued for. He goes in for kind of a plea, not a plea. He wants to settle it out of court for 500,000, which Homer should have taken. Homer 100% should have taken it. But then because they have like a phony doctor, Lionel and Lionel Hutz is their lawyer. I think that's like the first time you meet Lionel Hutz. Maybe you get hit by a car for like 10K. I think there's like a Fourth Reich Motors has a job like that. Uh, Fourth Reich Motors will, I think, hire you as a dummy for 10K. It's a good episode. It's also the It's like the first of many, maybe not the first, because we're excluding season one here. Which again, it is classic Simpsons, but they're a lot different. They're a lot more hit and miss. And I don't actually love the first season all that much. Apart from a few standouts, it's kind of hard to start there. The art style is different because they used to use Chupo Klansky, Klansky Chupo, the studio that did a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff. Hey Arnold, they did Chupo Klasky, yeah, they did Real Monsters. They did a lot of the stuff. Gabor Klasky was the lead animator, I think there. But they kind of they don't look great. At least with the Simpsons. I don't know what they were doing differently with Nickelodeon, but I think like the Simpsons is a bit more grounded of a TV show than the kids shows like Rugrats were, right? So it wasn't a great fit. And then I think they moved the animations to Korea. Um anyway, that's kind of an aside. So yeah, Bart gets hit by a car. I think it's a good episode. I mean, all of these episodes, I want to say, except for with the exception, I think two stinkers are really good. They're all worth a watch. But again, I gotta be like, we can't just like, it's like going to an ice cream store, you know? Everything's gonna be good except maybe rum raisin, right? They're not gonna be selling you poop flavors. This is not Nathan for you. So we gotta establish like a baseline, and that's why I'm gonna put Bart gets hit by a car into Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. It's I'm thinking about it from the point of view of like me being a 30-year-old winner who watches The Simpsons to fall asleep. You know, if I'm gonna pick the starting episode, am I gonna pick this episode or not? One fish, two fish, red fish, blowfish. No, one fish, two fish, blowfish, bluefish. This is the episode where Homer. I love this episode for a few reasons, but it kind of middles out in the second half. Basically, Homer goes to eat sushi, and I love how he does this because he's like, ugh, sushi. You know, he's kind of like a dumb American about it. But by the end of the night, he's had like every piece of like nigiri that they have on offer because he loves food. Man doesn't care where it comes from. The man just loves food, and so he asks for fugu, which is you know, pufferfish, blowfish, and it's very toxic. It has like a neurotoxin, but and I haven't had fugu. I thought about trying it, but I haven't had it while I was in Japan. I was in Japan, by the way. Did anybody ever mention that? Um, so he thinks he's gonna die. He thinks he's gonna die, and he tries to spend his whole last day on Earth, you know, trying to do all this stuff that he never got to do. You know, he reconnects with like his father. He has a heart to heart with Bart, Lisa. He records like a video for Maggie. It's all very bittersweet, and he doesn't die obviously because the show keeps on going. They actually replace Homer. There's a theory that Homer's been dead since season 2, and he's been replaced by John Lennon. Really good episode. I would put it in the excellent tier, maybe even the I choo choo choose you tier, because there's not a lot of heartfelt moments. Well, that's not true. The earlier seasons have more heartfelt moments than the later ones, and I think apparently that's because of Michael Shearer. No, Lorne Michaels. What's up with Michaels? I always heard that fugu doesn't really taste like anything except the theoretical poison. Yeah, I think it's like the thrill of like almost dying. And I think like what people say is that the fish, like the parts you eat, has a little bit of the poison in it, so it kind of like numbs your tongue. It makes you feel funny. I don't know why that's like a great thing. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, it's just a little poison, which makes it really good. It's not even that expensive, and also if you look at fugu, like it just doesn't. It looks like nothing. It's like if you asked like an alien to describe meat. It's not great. Yeah, you know what? It could be fun to pretend that you might die after you eat it. So yeah, I mean, I think it would have been a fun experience to try. But we never really like we didn't really seek out a place that did it. And they always like serve like a full dish. And I like a platter of like sashimi, right? I don't want to just have one specific fish entirely. Okay. This is The Way We Was. Wawa Weewa. Don't. That's not funny. Don't do that. Not on my channel. Um, The Way We Was. It's like a flashback episode to kind of how Homer and Marge got together. It's pretty good. I don't remember. Is there a B B story? There haven't really been B stories for a lot of these that I've talked about yet. So a B story, an A story, and a B story. A story is like the main story. The B story is the side story, right? A lot of these episodes do have A B. Sometimes it's A B C. Uh, I don't remember any in The Way We Was though. Um, yeah, no, because they just gonna tell it, right? It's pretty nice. It's like a nice backstory for Homer and Marge, how they met. Uh, Quite a few good jokes in it, but overall, especially because they retcon it later, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. You're gonna die. Sorry, I don't know why I'm saying that. Just good to know, I guess. No, I think The Way We Was is a Everything's Coming Up Millhouse episode. Um, I wouldn't say it's a skip or anything like that, but it it introduces Artie Ziff, who is a very annoying. Basically, he's like Elon Musk. If I had to make a modern day comparison, except I think Artie actually is smart. He is very touchy feely with Marge. Uh, let's not make this too political. Anyway, I think Everything's Coming Up Millhouse is a good place. I might have to recalibrate at the end. This is Homer versus Lisa and the 18th. No, there's only 10 commandments, right? Because Moses dropped some slabs. And the eighth commandment. It's about the Super Bowl action. No, it's not. It's about a fight between Dredrick Tatum and some other competitor. If you just tuned in, yeah, this is gonna be the whole stream. It's gonna be me just talking about the Simpsons and reminiscing. Uh, so if you want to get a nap in, it's a Sunday. You deserve it. Just put this on in the background and just have a nice nap. And then afterwards, you might wake up and you're like, "Huh, wow, I learned something about the Simpsons, and that will not be useful to me in my everyday life whatsoever." Uh, so Homer basically steals cable television. And he gets this really funny pamphlet. It's like Q&A about stealing television. It's like myth: stealing television is a bad thing. Fact: televisions are faceless companies, and so it's okay to steal from them. And it's like, yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. You're not exactly incorrect about that. They're just faceless corporations that won't even care if you pirate their networks. It's kind of okay. I think this is gonna be my first I was saying Boo Earns episode. It's kind of like a classic Lisa thinks she knows better than everybody, and she kind of does, to be honest. But all he wants to do is steal like the cable television for a fight between Dredd and Tatum, who comes back later, and he has a redesign. Actually, he looks quite different. They bulk up his face a lot, and his hair gets fixed. So I just think it's not that fun. Lisa's just worried about going to hell. This is before she becomes like a Buddhist and all that junk, so she's still a Christian. But I think she would know if she read the 12 golden truths or the 4 golden truths, however many truths there are that are golden. She would know that maybe it's better to not interfere and let her family have a good time watching a boxing fight, which was, by the way, over in like 10 minutes, right? That's messed up. They make you pay full price for pay-per-view, and fight's just over just like that. Yeah, maybe it's okay to pirate cable television. I'm gonna put it on. I was saying Boo Earns. So this episode, this is where I wish we had a different picture. I think that's Patty. Selma is lonely and she wants a date, but I think it's called Principal Charming. Selma is lonely and wants a date, and so Homer sets her up um, with the principal. And this is actually where the iconic line, it's not even a line, it's literally a phrase, right? It says possible homosexual when Homer is trying to scout out potential bachelors for Selma. The problem is that the principal gets he falls for Patty instead, and so they start dating, and then he proposes to her. Weird. There's a clock tower that they go up to propose at the school, and that's never ever 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 in the scenery of the show again. Like genuinely, there's never another clock tower at the school because it'd be such a weird thing to include in a school design. So they only have it for one scene in the whole series that I know of. I just love it when cartoons they're just like, and I wish TV shows that would be so fun if like live action television shows did that. They just added like a feature, like a physical feature to a building or something, and then never worried about it again. Like the Rumpus Room, right? Like the only time that this happens where like the layouts of things are not consistent is like in The Shining. And in The Shining, Kubrick was trying to make you feel like you're insane. So I do kind of love that cartoons get to do that. Honestly, this might actually be another I was saying Boo Earns episode. It doesn't do that much to me. There's a fun scene where Bart is graffitiing stuff and he graffitis like a lady with boobs, and when Principal Skinner is about to, like a stick lady, and you can tell it's a lady, I guess, because of the boobs. And Principal Skinner was about to punish him, but all he sees is like Patty, and he just like kind of becomes enamored with it and doesn't get mad at him. That's a fun scene. But overall, kind of don't care about Patty and Selma. If they died, I wouldn't be that sad. um, this is I. This is the first time we meet Homer's brother, Homer's half brother, voiced by the legendary. Who's that little gremlin that they have in Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Marge. I don't think Maggie would laugh about them dying. I think you're thinking of a different episode, honey. Um, who's that little gremlin in Always Sunny? You know who I'm talking about. Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito voices Homer's brother. Homer's brother's name is, I want to say it's like an A name, but I don't think it is. What am I thinking of? It's it's not Gabor. Oh, I don't remember. Let me consult my Wikipedia article page. What? Wait. Is this not even season 2? What the heck? Homer's brother episode. Oh, brother, where art thou? That's a great name. What is season 2? Okay. Oh, brother, where art thou? Good name. Very good name, honestly. Um, and his name Herb Powell. Good episode. Homer designs basically a Tesla car that retails for $83,000, and it bankrupts Herb. Feel bad for him. It's a good episode. It's fun. There's like this gag where Homer, somebody calls. Basically, Herb puts Homer into a position to design a car for some reason. And so he gets like the engineer, like the chief engineer, calls up Herb, and then he's like, now say everything you said backwards. Say the opposite of everything you just said. And he puts him on speakerphone. Like, kids, come over here. Listen to what the engineers have to say about your dad. Like, Homer is a greatly intellectual mind with great ideas, and he's gonna lead the company forward into the future. Oh, and his hygiene is beyond reproach. It's just a great little gag. It's a good episode. This is kind of like a stunt casting, a little bit. Danny DeVito, big get at the time. Matilda, um, not a big. I don't really know what else he did at the time, but I think Matilda was around then, so he was pretty big. Um, But this is like back in the era when a guest star would play like a character and not just be like themselves. Lady Gaga. um, Also Elon Musk. Ugh. So yeah, I liked it. And I always find this is a bit of an aside, but in animated television, anytime they make a character that is like real life, they they look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't look like they belong in the universe of the show if they try to make them look like what they actually look like. It's weird. Like even Arthur has this problem. Like some characters are literally like it's a moose, but the moose is like a celebrity, and so their face looks weird. Um, it gives like an uncanny valley sort of, if that makes sense. That like a lot of cartoons have this issue, and also fan art. Whenever there's like fan art, like I'll draw you in the style of The Simpsons or like in the style of Bob's Burgers or whatever, right? It's never good. No offense, artists. I just don't think you know what you're doing. Because I don't think anybody knows what they're doing. Because I don't think you can draw somebody who resembles a real life person so close that they resemble a cartoon person while also keeping the style of the cartoon. I just think it's really hard to do, right? Like you can just tell when it's a celebrity or, a fan art. And that's why I really like how Herb is just Homer's half brother. He doesn't have to look like Danny DeVito, you know? You don't need a little troll walking around. You can just have like a normal guy. Enough dumping on Mr. DeVito. I actually like him. I actually like him a lot. And I respect him a lot, especially for Sunny. But we're gonna have to put this episode. You know what? Everything's coming up Millhouse. Everything's coming up Millhouse. I like it. This episode, not Dog of Death. This is Bart's dog gets an F. It's where Santa's little helper is like he's basically a bad dog. He's bad, bad to the bone. Um, and what he basically does is he tears up Homer's new shoes, which he bought for like $100 or maybe $500, called the Assassins. By the way, those shoes were were a little much at the time, but also I think would be pretty cool. They'd be pretty cool to own. He does murder the assassins. He tears up a generational quilt that Marge has had in the Bouvier family for generations. Um, he also he's just like he's like a mutt in this episode, and so he gets sent to obedience school to try to just try to teach him, learn him a thing or two. And Bart feels bad because like the teacher wants him to like pull on a it's basically negative reinforcement, right? He doesn't want to strangle his dog, which is based, by the way. Don't strangle your dog. Uh, and so eventually, Santa's little helper, it gets through to him. He figures it out. He learns. Okay, so that's really cute. He does learn, and he's loved. He graduates. He's like, "You son of a bitch, well done." And they all they all throw their little things into the air. Um, Sorry, give me one quick moment. Sorry, where was I? We're talking about Bart's not gets enough. Yeah, he does graduate. He figures it out. Um, cute episode. I like Bart's relationship with Santa's little helper. There's like a few scenes where he's just like petting his dog, and it doesn't lead to anything. It's usually a setup for something. But it's just nice. Like it's just nice that Bart loves Santa's little helper, even when nobody else does. Lisa also gets the mumps in this episode. And Dr. Hibbert is like so condescending to Marge when she phones him up. And he's like, oh, well, I would love to hear, I would love to take your unmedicated diagnosis, but I'm afraid I'll have to make sure. Basically, he's just a jerk there. Makes them come in, and then he does his test. Like, yep, that's the mumps. And mumps, by the way, I've had a friend who had mumps. It's a very, very telltale. It has a very specific look. It has a very specific look to it. Your throat, it kind of like swells up, and it has like little like it just becomes really thick. And so I don't know. I don't think you need. I think I could diagnose mumps. I think I could do it. All right, just let me in the ICAT or the MCAT or whatever. I think I could do it. Put me on the team coach. This is also like an everything is coming up Millhouse episode. Yeah, yeah. I don't think it's elevated to excellent, but it is good. It is very good. And again, just want to reiterate, these are all good episodes. Like these are all like 8 out of 10s. Um, so it's just that we gotta you gotta grade things at some point. It's like how like a basically imagine the scale goes from like 8 to 9.9, right? Like each striation is just a little bit. It's not even like a full letter grade between. This one is called Old Old Money, Old Love, something like that. I think it's called Old Money. Something old. And no, I'm not just it is called Old Money. I'm not just saying that just because there's two old people. Uh Bo, Bay, Bo, Bew Anthony. Bew, I think. And Abe. They fall in love. Kind of like a weird episode. Kind of a weird episode. She leaves, they go on a few dates. And then the Simpsons spend time with Abe, but he doesn't want to because he wants to see his beau. And she dies, which is not good. That and but she leaves her inheritance to him, and then he gambles it in like capital city. He wins surprisingly, and then he kind of like he decides to use up all the money on like his fellow olds. I think he like renovates the Simpsons retirement home, which by the way, I have a story about this. It becomes the retirement home becomes the Simpsons retirement castle in later seasons. However, I don't believe that in old money, though I may be wrong. Maybe it's season one. When it gets introduced, it does not have a legible sign in front. And so it's just referred to as the retirement home. And it being called the retirement castle is a gag that appears later. But a certain Simpsons trivia game alleges this fact as if it's not a retcon. So basically what I'm trying to say is, Parker Brothers, I hope you have lawyers, because I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna honestly put this into an I was saying Boo Earns. Again, good episode. I don't love it. I guess I just don't like the idea of old people falling in love. We should just be studying them to see what kind of nutrients we can harvest from them to use. Homer, quit reading that Ross Perot pamphlet. I love how they have like a little fireplace inside their bedroom whenever they need it to just throw pieces of notes or papers. Oh, I love that so much. See, that's what I'm saying. Like TV shows, live action television shows should do that more. Be a lot of fun. Brush with Greatness. This is the one with the only surviving Beatle. Of course, Paul McCartney might still be alive, but he's dead to me. Ringo Starr. Ringo Starr is in this episode. I think it's actually him. He actually looks fine too. You remember I was complaining? I guess it's just because like all the Beatles already look like cartoons a little bit. So they kind of fit well in like a cartoon universe. I hung it on me wall. Just, Ringo Starr, Marge, Homer's trying to lose weight. That's the B plot. That's the B side story. And Marge is getting back to painting. And she gets hired basically. She's basically a modern day Twitter commission artist. She gets commissioned, as they call it in the bish, to paint Mr. Burns. And Mr. Burns, of course, kind of a harrowing figure, right? Kind of a, pardon my language, a huge fucking asshole. And he's just like a dick to everybody. And Marge tries to paint his. She sees the beauty of everybody, or so she says. And so eventually she paints, as you can see here, she paints him naked. And she wins first prize at the thing. And he's like, oh, and thank you for not making fun of my. What is this exact phrasing? Thank you for not making fun of my genitalia. I think he actually says genitalia. And then she's like, I thought I did. Good episode. It's nice to see Homer try to lose some weight. Homer's weight fluctuates a lot in the series. We'll get to that a bit later. I think he's trying to get down to like down to 200 something pounds. It's kind of interesting, like the change in perception for what morbidly obese means, right? Not that interesting though. But I mean, yeah, how much is he trying to? I think he weighs like 240 at the start of the episode. And I think he tries to knock it down to like 200. Which, if that's correct, that's a lot. That's very admirable. Anyway, um fun episode. I don't love I was gonna say I don't love Marge episodes, but that's not true. I don't know. It's a good one. I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. I think I'll put it in Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. I'd rather rewatch this than anything in this tier. In fact, maybe that would be a good way of thinking about it. I would rather watch this episode over the episodes following. Well, that's not true, actually. I might have to elevate Bart Gets an F then. I might have to elevate it because it's such a good episode, actually. You know what? I am gonna Battlefield promotion. We'll commission you. We'll figure out what to do later after the war. After the war, but right now you're going and I choose you. Lisa's Substitute with Mr. Burnstrom. Very heartfelt episode, and apparently, Lorne Michaels, I think, pitched this, and the way that he pitched it to the writers was at the end, like as he was pitching it, he handed everybody a note, and when they opened the note, it said, "You are Lisa Simpson." So famous line. Very, very, very nice episode. It shows Homer to be kind of like a jerk. Homer's kind of a jerk in a lot of ways, but he doesn't try to be a jerk all the time. And this is, I think, one of those times when he doesn't really try to be a jerk because he doesn't understand Lisa's relation with Mr. Burnstrom. Lisa kind of has like a crush on him, but also she just admires him, and it's very sweet. I like it. It's a good episode, and I think she calls him a baboon. um, and in the end, Lisa and Homer, they reconcile. It happens a lot in the Lisa episodes. Lisa gets upset about something, usually rightfully so, and then they reconcile at the end with Homer apologizing. Mr. Burnstrom, great character. It is weird that Lisa points out that he's Jewish and there were no Jewish cowboys. Uh, kind of a bit out of character for her. But she's a kid. Although it is weird that. Anyway, good episode. It's a very heartfelt episode, but it has more heart than it has comedy. It has more heart than it has comedy. So I'm gonna put it in the excellent. I'm gonna put it in the excellent. And I know these have also been kind of tear jerkers, but I just in Bart Gets an F, for example, he's trying to teach who's that little wiener? Not Millhouse, the other one. Martin Prince how to be a bad boy. And he just like kind of ODs on having fun. So I don't know. These are funnier episodes to me than the Lisa Substitute, which is kind of played more straight. Homer and Delilah. Recently rewatched this. I was planning on rewatching all the episodes, but it's 190 episodes. And I had this idea like 2 days ago. So I apologize. It did not happen. But I have a pretty phonographic memory of most of these. Homer and Delilah. Homer charges a new treatment for baldness called Meloxicam to Mr. Burns, who I think was on an ether binge, right? Is this the one where no, this is not the one where he drills the mole man's head and says, "Ow, my brains." No, he just charges it to the insurance. And we have Carl, the face of thankless assistance, right? He's like he kind of like Buttles. He's a butler in some ways for Homer, more than just like an executive assistant. And in the end, there's this great line like, we're supposed to listen to him. He doesn't even have any hair. which I always find very funny. Because he loses his hair by the end of it because he can't keep up the meloxicam. And also, Bart ruins his last batch by trying to grow facial hair. And you know what? I feel that, Bart. I feel that, especially in high school. I felt that. It's honestly, I don't love this episode. I think Carl's a very strong character. I think he's interesting. But Homer's hair, all everybody's fawning over it, including Patty and Selma. And to me, it just looks like it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. Later, he has like a mullet thing going on. It's just, it's not great. Um, so I'm gonna put this in. I was saying Boo Earns as well. I'm not gonna skip it when it comes on, but I don't love it. Ooh, the War of the Simpsons. This is the one where Homer gets very drunk. Um, oh, right, okay. Yeah, so he gets very drunk and then he ogles Maud, who up until she died had a great rack. Sorry. Rest in peace, Maud. Um, but he ogles her at a dinner party, and he passes out drunk. And oh my God, Dr. Hibbert has this line. He's like, Marge, if you want him to survive, Homer to survive the night, you should roll him on his back. He's like, thank you, Doctor. He's like, I said, if you want him to survive the night. And basically, you're like, wow, okay, I guess Dr. Hibbert wouldn't mind if Homer died. I think it's because Homer put a ice cube with a fly in it, merely as a jape. Anyway, so Homer and Marge go on a retreat to go to couples counseling. And there's this great couple there. It's like, oh, she's the queen of the harpies, the queen of the harpies. I think they reconcile eventually. That couple, not Homer and Marge. Homer tries to fish this huge monkfish that lives in the lake, which I don't know if that makes much sense. I don't know. Oh, it's a catfish, not a monkfish. I was about to say, I think monkfish are kind of, they're only at like a deep sea, right? Or at the fishing colony, north of, I guess it's east of Prifddinas. Anyway, it's a little bit of RuneScape lore for y'all. I would say that this episode also kind of goes, and I was saying Boo Earns. It's foundational to the relationship that Marge and Homer have. And by the way, he does catch the catfish, but he gives it up to be with Marge instead. I think it's kind of like the Old Man in the Sea, or maybe Moby Dick, but I haven't read either of those. So any Melville comparisons are just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. By the way, the day today is February the 8th, Super Bowl Sunday. I don't actually know when the Super Bowl starts. So if it happens soon, please let me know. um, okay. Three Men and a Comic Book. Great episode. I like it. They have to split a first edition comic book between the three of them. That's Martin, Milhouse, Bart. Bart gets a bit stir crazy in this one. He kind of locks everybody up in the treehouse. By the way, we haven't talked about the treehouse at all yet. I loved the treehouse. I loved it as a kid. I love it as an adult. I want a treehouse like that. There's so many great moments in the treehouse. It looks cozy. It looks fun. They could sleep up. I want a treehouse now. I want right now. I would want a tree. I would live in a treehouse. Well, one time Homer does live in the treehouse. That's because he got kicked out by Marge. It doesn't look great for him, but it's so cool. I've always wanted a treehouse. I've always wanted a treehouse. That's my life goal, is to have a treehouse. I guess my kids could go in it if I had kids, but let's be honest, it's gonna be for me. Um, Also features a great room called the Rumpus Room. A very rarely seen room in The Simpsons. The Rumpus Room kind of doesn't exist most of the time. It has a second television, which is surprising because it's already upstairs. Um, and there's an episode where Bart fakes being sick, and Homer brings the television up to him. And he could have just done it from the Rumpus Room. Could have just done it from the Rumpus Room. I don't know why he didn't. Um, Very cozy. The Blueprints Rumpus Room? It's very similar to that. There's like a beanbag. It's like Art Deco in there. It's very cute. I also want a Rumpus Room. There's like an inflatable clown statue. Uh no, you did not miss it. We got plenty. We're still in season 2, by the way, out of 9. Well, 2 to 9. So yeah, 3 Men in a Comic Book. Great episode. I find it a lot of fun. It teaches the kids that they can't. What does it teach them actually? I don't know. Comics are overrated. They lose it in the end. They lose it in the end. But there's a lot of great scenery in this episode. I'm gonna put this in an excellent. I like it a lot. Um, this one, I think it's called. I want to call it Blood Simple, but it's not called Blood Simple. Although that would have been a great name, I think. It's called Blood. This one I gotta check as well. Blood Feud. Blood Feud. Um, Mr. Burns needs a rare blood type. I don't know why it's rare, by the way. I think it's like O negative or something. Not a rare blood type at all. In fact, none of the blood types, none of the like core blood type groups are rare. A, B, both positive and negative O. None of them are actually rare, especially with universal donors, and universal recipients. There's not that rare. Like there's some blood type groups that are outside of the spectrum of ABO, and those are rare. But Mr. Burns does not have a rare blood type. It's weird that Bart is the only candidate to give blood to Mr. Burns. Hey, fraud. Simpson. Okay, so I'll explain the tiers again real quick. These are not. These are calibrated for The Simpsons. Okay, these are not. If this was like A, B, C, D, like S to F tier, everything here, with 2 exceptions, would be in S and A tier. Maybe very few Bs. But this is classic Simpsons. I'm calibrating this on like how excited I am to rewatch it, and like in the context of how strong the show is. That being said, I don't really love Simpson and Delilah. But yeah. No mistakes. We don't make mistakes here. We just make happy little accidents. It does have Carl. Carl again is a great character. I wish he came back, but you know what? No, I don't actually. We're like living in an age where everybody's backstory has to be explained with like a 10 episode miniseries on Disney Plus. Carl doesn't need one, okay? Carl was strong, and the more you'll use him, the less strong he'll get. You know? Well, who's that? Who's Plump Shitto? Yobi-Wan Kenobi's uncle. It's like, who cares? Doesn't matter. He's cool. Just let him have it. Okay? Sometimes less is more. Sometimes less is more. Blood feud. Yeah, basically Bart gives blood. Homer thinks he's gonna get a big reward, and then instead, Mr. Burns gives them this huge freaking like mug. I don't know what to call it. It's like a face. I want to say that's like a Quijibo. He gives him this huge African statue that also kind of looks like a mug, and it recurs. I like that it just recurs. It's just sitting in the basement because they have no clue what to do with it. I don't think it fits through the doorway of getting into the basement. So I guess they have to rebuild the house. Maybe when they moved cities around it. Um, it's kind of forgettable though. Like I can't actually tell you all the details of this episode. Uh, but they might be great. Let me just real quick. Apparently Smithers wants to. Smithers is nice. It's an Olmec head from the god tap. Well, okay, but this is Mesoamerican. It's not African. My apologies. Oh yeah, there is a great line is Homer observes the recent events are just a bunch of stuff that happened. Though everyone agrees the past few days have been memorable turn of events. Yeah, it's not a great episode. It's not a bad episode again. But I don't love this one. Again, because it's just weird. Oh, you know what? I was wrong. He's double O negative. So that is a rare blood type. I think it's fate made up too. He's the ooh blood type. Um, I'm gonna put it in. I was saying Burns as well. I'm gonna put it there. The lesson is never try. I don't know if we're gonna get that low. Um, maybe there's like none of these episodes. So none of these episodes so far have been like if they go on, I'm gonna skip them. But we'll see. There might actually be one. There might be one episode that'll go on there. Ah, okay. The inaugural Treehouse of Horror. And this one I remember very well. It's the Raven parody. It's the okay, 1 out of 3. That's pretty well remembered. I'm gonna have to check these because the Treehouse of Horrors they kind of meld together in your brain, and there's 3 stories each. Um, Bad Dream House. Oh, that one's really fun. I like Bad Dream House. Uh, he's like, you never mentioned that it was built on an ancient burial ground. No, no, you didn't. Well, that's not my recollection. He says he mentioned it about 6 or 7 times. Great, great, great episode. Hungry Are the Damned. This is like cooking for people, cooking 40 people, cooking for 40 people. That one's kind of weaker, but it does introduce Kang and Kodos, who are kind of like the mascots of The Simpsons, right? If there is a mascot, I would say 6, 7. Kang and Kodos they serve that function, right? Honestly, this has got to go into the I Choo Choo Choose You. I love Treehouse of Horrors in general. I'm like a guy who loves creepy things, not scary things, but creepy things. I love Halloween. Yeah, I live for Halloween Eve. So I've always loved when cartoons are scary, like creepy scary. There's like an episode of It's an episode of Arthur that I like, or there's like a there's an evil umbrella, I think. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The mist excuse me. The mystery is palpable. Okay. 2 cars in every garage and 3 eyes on every fish. This is the one where Bart catches Blinky. You know what? I take it back. Blinky is the mascot of The Simpsons, not Kenny Kodos. Blinky, the 3-eyed fish. I tried to like blink all my 3 eyes, but my third eye is still closed, unfortunately. Um, Blinky, Bart catches Blinky, then the reporter takes a picture, and so there's the EPA. Sorry, remember the EPA had teeth a little bit. EPA wants to shut down the plant, so Mr. Burns runs for governor instead of that old biddy. Am I allowed to say biddy? On this network, you can. Um, so basically, it culminates with Mr. Burns eating at the Simpsons house. to look favorable to the voters. And Marge does this amazing thing. Lisa's like, "Mom, how can you support like, Dad and Homer, Dad and Mr. Burns trying to, get the governorship?" And he's like, "Lisa, I want you to watch very carefully. Um, like your mother still has a few tricks up her sleeve." And for the main course of the dinner, she serves Blinky the three-eyed fish to Mr. Burns, and everybody's horrified. And Mr. Burns tries to eat it, but he can't palate it, and he spits it out. And basically, that's like the what the headlines say, the spit, no, the spittle heard around the world, something like that. It's such a great moment where Marge just kind of gets her own and holds her ground against this horrible monster, Mr. Burns. And it's like, well, Smithers, this family ruined my political prospects. But if I were to club them to death, then I'd be the one who'd go to jail. That's what a country. It's a great episode. Great episode. I'm gonna put this into excellent. I like this one a lot. I like Blinky, and yeah, it's a good episode. Good episode. No notes. No notes. And I like Marge in it too, because she holds her ground. Ah, the simpler days when you could just feed a three-eyed fish to somebody, and they'd lose their presidency or governorship bid. Dancing Homer. At least I think it's called Dancing Homer. That's what they call him in the episode. Homer dances for the isotopes. I like how the isotopes are established this early on. And then he gets called up to the big leagues in Capital City. And he just doesn't have it. You know what? This is the lesson is never try episode for me. I just don't really get much out of it. I don't find his antics interesting. I think the setting is interesting. Like he's telling the story around the bar, but it's just not. It's not fun to me. In fact, you know what? I might actually even put it into this both sucks and blows. I think this does both suck and blow. There's just not enough gags. There's not even a B story. The whole episode is like a framing device for telling the story where he's at the bar. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's really not much for me to say about it. His outfit annoys me too. Look at that stupid dance that Bart is doing. Screw you, Bart. Screw you. Piece of shit. Anyway, Dead Putting Society. This is the one where Homer gets into a feud with Ned, and so they write a competition about Bart versus Todd. Todd is the older one, I think. It's hard to tell because they're both such wieners. Mini putting competition, and whoever the losers has to wear their wife's wedding dress and like mow the lawn. And again, in the end, cooler heads prevail. Bart and Todd don't really want to compete, so they decide to split the prize. Not that great of an episode. It is fun when Lisa teaches Bart how to do everything on the course, but it kind of just lacks the zhuzh that I like. Again, it's not a skip. I think Dancing Homer might be a skip for me. It would be a skip, but this one is just not. I don't love it. I don't love it. I'm gonna put this in the lesson is never try, and that's kind of why I bumped down Dancing Homer, is because I think this is kind of aptly placed for me. Bart versus Thanksgiving. Bart kind of ruins Lisa's cornucopia. He gets sent up to his room without dinner. He runs away with his dog, by the way. Again, Bart loves his dog. That's like one of his character traits. What little boy doesn't love his dog, or big boy for that matter? But it's just fun how, like, for how stupid Santa's little helper is, he has like a very high emotional intelligence with Bart. He really like cares for Bart, and he like tries to make him safe. Um, and so it's very cute. I love that the relationship dynamic. And so in this episode, he kind of runs away. He doesn't feel like coming back because he's like, he imagines everybody making him apologize. Apologize to me. You ruined my cornucopia. You ruined Thanksgiving. You're the reason I'm bald. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So he's like, screw that. So he runs away. And then he goes to like a homeless shelter. He meets some cool unhoused people who are very nice to him. It's very nice that they didn't, eat his kidneys or whatever. Um, and then in the end, he apologizes to Lisa, and they make up because he's on the evening news as well. Let me just make sure I got all of that right. Hmm. Yeah, he climbs to the roof and then he hears Lisa crying. And he feels bad and apologize. I think it's a good brother sister dynamic. That you kind of miss in the later, especially the modern seasons where Bart and Lisa are kids, like real kids, where they have stupid arguments for no reason, right? Like they will argue. Um and they'll be petty and they'll just be vindictive little shits sometimes. And you kind of miss that, especially with Lisa the further you get on. But in the earlier seasons, she's very much a kid. I like this episode. I think it's actually pretty cozy, if you can believe it. I find it to be pretty cozy. I'll put it in excellent. I love certain episodes for how cozy they are. So we haven't really hit that many yet, but there's gonna be a cozy factor. Bart the Daredevil. Bart sees some guy do some tricks at the monster rally. Have you ever been to a monster truck rally? I remember as a kid they used to be very popular, but I never went because I think my parents were kind of against that. Um, and so I've never been, but I don't think I'd want to go as an adult because I've seen kind of maybe they were right. I've seen the kind of adults that go to monster truck rallies, and I don't think I would fit in. So with this episode, Bart basically wants to jump Springfield Gorge. That's like the end goal of the episode is he wants to jump Springfield Gorge, but Homer's begging him not because he's worried that he's gonna fucking die. Which is, you know what? Kind of pretty fair. It's pretty freaking fair. So Homer, he makes Bart promise not to do it, and eventually Bart breaks his promise, and Homer takes the skateboard out of him out of his hands at the last second, and then he accidentally starts jumping Springfield Gorge, and that's Homer en route to the great pie in the sky. He unfortunately does not make it. And I think he spends the last part of the episode like at the hospital. And by the way, like the Simpsons must have been they don't really have any savings. They have like I think $800 in savings at most. They got to be bankrupted by all the hospital bills, not just for Bart, but like especially for Homer. He has like a triple bypass later on. He almost dies from ingesting fugu. You have 24 hours to live. Well, 22 hours. I'm sorry for making you wait. Um, just like all he breaks every bone in his body in this episode. It's gotta be it's gotta be like they gotta be. Chapter 11 bankruptcy declarations every 5 days. Good episode. I'd say everything's coming up Millhouse. Okay, so this episode's title, I mix it up. I always think it's The Day the Violence Died, but that's a different episode. This one is called how am I missing this? Oh, are we already on season 3? I think we might be. Oh no, we're not. Itchy and Scratchy and Marge. Whatever. Basically Homer gets attacked by Maggie with a mallet while he's building Marge a spice rack, I want to say. By the way, Homer's spice rack, one of like the funniest pieces. Oh, this is a great 3D print. But Homer Spice Rack is probably one of my it's like such insane non-Euclidean geometry. I love it. It's just so funny. It's so funny to me. It's just so awesome. Yeah, I do love when people make their own. It's great. It's great. I love it. It's awesome. This one's really good too. uh yeah. Oh wow, they even got like the wood. That's a very, very strong recreation. But yeah. Um Homer's really proud of it, and then Maggie bops him on the head, and then Marge's like, I wonder where our baby got that idea from. And then obviously it's from watching television. Television is rotting your brains. And so she basically petitions Mr. Myers, who runs the Itchy and Scratchy cartoon, um, to, phase out the violence. And then the cartoon starts sucking. And then eventually all the kids, they kind of leave. They all like leave out into the real world. They're bleary eyed, like, oh, what the hell is that bright object up there in the sky? All the kids are back to frolicking in the real world. But then Michelangelo's David comes to town, which which is funny in its own right. Like one of the most maybe even the most famous sculptures in the world comes to the Springfield, which does for some reason have a world-class museum to store it in. They have like vaulted ceilings. They're like 30 feet high, in this huge granite showroom. It's impressive, the Springfield Museum. And people are like, well, how can you be for one form of censorship and against another form of censorship, right? Because they want to hide the Willy Wang, so to speak, of the David statue. Well, I guess I can't. And then he's like, well, I guess one person can make a difference, but maybe they shouldn't. Which I think is like a weird lesson, but I get what I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to put the violence back in. I think it kind of falls apart in the third act, but I do find it pretty humorous. Marge has like these insanely long signs, like I am protesting Itchy and Scratchy because my baby bumped my husband on the head. And it's like, what the hell are you even talking about, lady? So I'm gonna put this into I like it though. I like it though. So I'm gonna put it in Everything's Great Millhouse. All right. So if you're younger, this episode might not exist for you. It might have went down the memory hole. This is an episode that if you grew up in the modern day after Leaving Neverland aired, you will not have seen this episode in syndication or on Disney Plus or any other streaming service. And that's because Stark Raving Dad has become persona non grata. It is the episode with Michael Jackson in it. Michael Jackson voices the character, but he does not do the singing. They have a Michael Jackson impersonator to do the singing. I guess like this record studios legally owned his voice for purposes of making records. I don't really know how that works. And he's also not credited in it, but it's a well-known fact that it is actually Michael. Um, Homer goes to the loony bin, so to speak. I think it's because he wears a pink shirt. He's like, I'm not popular enough to be different. And then he has to fill out a questionnaire, but Bart fills it out for him. And he basically makes him clinically insane. And then he goes to the uh, insane asylum, where he meets a curious cast of characters. And one. Hi, Crack Dota. Questionnaire. I sure hope not. Um. uh. Yeah. So, and then he meets an interesting cast of characters there. He sees. I think. He sees the critic. I think that's the first time the critic appears on The Simpsons. He's like, it stinks. It stinks. It stinks. Yes, Mr. Sherman, everything stinks. Buy my book. Subscribe to my Twitch. Buy my book. Um, he also meets the Indian from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the guy who doesn't talk. And he's like, he's never spoken to anybody in 30 years. And Homer's like, hello. And he's like, hi. And like, well, it's about time somebody reached out to me. Um, So yeah, I mean, it's a heartfelt episode because everybody forgets Lisa's birthday because Bart puts Homer into the insane asylum, and so Bart makes it up by creating a song with Michael Jackson. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. It's a great song, honestly. Um, and I think it's a good episode. I think it's very strong. Um, it does have the context of Michael Jackson and all that baggage. But if we just ignore that because it came out 30 years ago, plus he's dead. I mean, I wouldn't be saying the same thing if like Mussolini was in a Simpsons episode, but I don't know. I don't know. It's still a good episode though. I still like it. Plus, it's not even Michael Jackson. It turns out that the guy is just like a dock worker who started talking like that, and people seem to smile more. So I'm gonna put it into the excellent, excellent. I just like the emotional connection between Bart and Lisa. It's very nice. Looking up how much it costs to 3D print that spice rack. If you do, let me know. I think painting it would be the hardest part. I don't have any artistic skills. Ah, okay. Flaming Moe's. I think Flaming Moe's is. Did we get to season 3 already? I feel like it is. Flaming Moe's. Yes. Okay. So we are officially done with season 2. That's what we're looking at right now. Honestly, a great distribution. And this is calibrated for The Simpsons, not for television. Um, Getting to Flaming Moe's, Homer invents a drink. That you set a light and it uses cough syrup as its secret ingredient. He basically invents lean, I imagine. Um, but like for white people, I guess. And it sells like gangbusters. That's a phrase. That's a common phrase. And so Mo, he shares this idea with Mo because they run out of I think beer or something. The keg is tapped, and I think Barney already drank up all the fizz from it. So Homer shares his drink with him. He sells it to a guy, and immediately Mo steals. Immediately, Mo steals the idea. And Homer becomes obsessed with it because it's like $1 million idea. The bar goes crazy. And eventually, Homer has a Phantom of the Opera moment where he reveals the secret ingredient is nothing but children's cough syrup, and it kind of doesn't bankrupt Mo, but it does cause his waitress slash employee with benefits. I guess that's not. I don't think he should be doing that. Anyway, her to leave and like his popularity to wane, and then there's like the original Flaming Moe's, famous Flaming Moe's, all these like pop-up restaurants in every corner. And they reconcile at the end, and then it's like, how about a flaming Homer? That's the ultimate line in the episode. It's a good episode. I like it. Um, there's also like a fun gag where he's like, I don't know what it was, but fire made it taste good. And then I remember I saw a Reddit post about like this guy, and he's like, for some reason, like a lot of grass seems to grow around my dog's water bowl, and it's just a picture of like a water bowl outside with like grass growing around it. And I made a Photoshop edit. It's like, I don't know the scientific explanation, but water made it grow. And it got like nobody liked it. I but I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny. It's a good episode. Not my favorite, but it's up there. It's up there for sure. Everything's coming up Millhouse, I think, is a good place. Okay, so this episode I'm gonna have to look up the name of it. Unfortunately, I tried to remember it. It's like Simpson Kraftwerk in like it's in German, okay? Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk. Okay? It's the one where the Germans buy the plant. Us Germans are not all sunshines und rainbows. And then Homer has like a lot of we come from the land of chocolate, and he just has like this daydream, and then they have to startle him out of the dream. You just Homer, you just trailed off. It's a fun episode. Everybody gets in on making fun of Mr. Burns too. Na 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 na. Goodbye. The Land of Chocolate level in the Simpsons game was dope. So I did play Simpsons Hit and Run. I don't remember that level, but I honestly Simpsons Hit and Run was kind of a fever dream because it was like a sub goal. So I didn't expect to reach it because it was like 20 subs. It was pretty awesome. But it was oh, this is a different game. It's a different Simpsons game. It was kind of like a fever dream because the game kind of sucks. Like it's like GTA clone through and through with like a Simpsons veneer, but like all the voice lines have like this, they're a bit weird. And I think they're weird because they're like catchphrases that they just keep repeating. It is monumentally funny to be playing like as Lisa and like just driving people down and then she's like her like having like a catchphrase like, oh, I'm gonna be late for class after like committing like 20 acts of vehicular manslaughter. It's an interesting game. I don't love it, but it is interesting. It's in the Simpsons game platform. What that? There's another Simpsons game. The Simpsons game. Wow, what aptly titled. What aptly titled thing? Hmm. Might have to check it out if it's not horrible. Although they were both released during the same year and were both big game names in their respective industries, the Simpsons game has a different plot from the Simpsons movie. Interesting. I played through like a dozen times when I was 8. You were 8 in 2007? Okay, fair enough. Anyway, I think we were talking about the Kraftwerk episode with the Germans. I think it's decent. I love the Land of Chocolate. I like how Homer getting fired, kind of what he does. I like Mr. Burns almost being put in his place, but then he realizes that the Germans he comes groveling to the Germans, and then he's like, "Oh, good, because we are motivated sellers." And like, "Oh," and then he immediately gets up like, "Well, in that case," and then he like cuts down the offer to like half. Just an unscrupulous man. Good episode. I think this is called Lisa's First Word. It's about Bart's childhood and how Lisa is born and about how he hates her. But then at the end, he gonna try to run away from home. It's so cute. Little baby Bart has this little like hobo bindle that he packed all his toys into. And he's like, I liked it better. It was me, mom, and Homer. Then you came along and ruined everything. I'm leaving. And then Lisa goes, um, he goes, Bart, what'd you say? Bart, suffering succotash, you can talk. Mom, Dad, look, listen to this. Bart, 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 Bart. And it's like, of course, I'm her first word. And then Marge is like, of course you are. She thinks that you're the world. She thinks you hung the moon. And it's such a cute moment between Lisa and Bart. And just like them being siblings. I really like that. And then yeah, at the end, you're 100% right. He's like, Homer puts away Maggie to bed and it's like, the sooner kids talk, the sooner they talk back. I hope you never say a word. And Maggie is like about to fall asleep and she goes, Dada. And then she falls asleep and that's the end of the episode. It's a great episode. I love it. And by the way, I didn't mention this, but Maggie is my favorite Simpson. My favorite character actually. In the whole show. I love her. She if you pay attention to her, she has a lot of gags. In season 1 she falls over a lot. But then they realize having a sound effect play every time they do that distracts from the scene. So she falls over a lot less in the later seasons, but she still does fall over a lot. But she's always like emoting with her eyes. Um it's a great episode. Although I'm very confused. Is because this am I confusing two episodes? This is Lisa's first word. What is this then? I married Marge? I married. I might be. I've been talking about Lisa's first word. Oh my gosh, I am. Okay, this is baby Bart. Okay, I was talking about this episode. And I'm gonna put it in I choose you. I love that one. I love it a lot. They don't write dialogue like that anymore. They forgot how. It's damn true. All right, sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing because there's baby Bart in it. This is I married Marge. Lisa's first word is even in season 4. Whoopsies. This is the one then when Marge, they're worried that Marge is pregnant again. And so she goes um to Dr. Hibberd's. And so Homer's alone with the kids and he kind of regales them about how they kind of I think how Bart was born and he used to work at like a mini golf course and he basically he says that like he can't provide for Marge so he leaves her and she's staying at like her sister's and then eventually I think one of the funniest lines is there is like, well, when that baby is born, the first thing he's gonna see is a man with a good job, and Patty's like, yeah, the doctor. um, so in the end, Homer is working at like a drive-through. I think Selma tells Marge where he is because she keeps waiting at the door when like it's windy. He's like, I thought it was Homer. I thought I heard Homer. And she drives out to see him. And they reconcile. And I guess not reconcile. They kind of like rejoin. And Homer says, will you marry me? And he puts like an onion ring on Marge's finger. And then he's like, Homer, can you please take off the onion ring? The oil is burning my skin. Oh, sorry. And then he eats it. And she goes into labor, and then Bart is born, and then you could see him right there. What a little wiener. It was back when Homer still had some hair. It's a cute episode. But then also Homer and Marge are not pregnant at the end, and they go, yes, and they high five. And I kind of like that they didn't add more kids to the Simpson family. But then I think the problem with doing that would have been that they'd have to age up everybody. Because I'm thinking of Malcolm in the Middle. Because at the end, no, they have like another kid after Dewey. I forget that kid's name. And I think the penultimate or the ultimate episode, they have another kid. Like she's pregnant again. Although to be fair, they do it like 14 times a week. So anyway, this is not a Malcolm in the Middle discussion. This is a Simpsons discussion. This is a good episode. Um, I want to put it in the everything's coming up Millhouse rather than excellent, just because. I mean, well, I kind of forgot it, right? I just kind of forgot it, so I can't, in good conscience, put it in excellent. But it is a good episode, and I'll obviously, watch it through anytime. Um, Bart gets trapped in a well. I can't. That can't be the name of the episode. Let me try to find it. Per Powell? No, Radio Bart. Okay, Radio Bart. Trucking through the convoy. Trucking all night. Convoy. I also don't watch Modern Simpsons. I have a hard cutoff at like even season 9 kind of gets finicky for me. So I really don't know. I don't know if they bring back his lucky red hat. My boy's a box, damn you. Um, yeah, Radio Bart. This is the episode where Bart gets a transceiver. Basically gets like a little microphone that can connect to radio channels, which by the way is a real thing. And the best usage of that technology is if you have an older car, there's Bluetooth ones where you basically hijack like a FM radio frequency. You tune your car to that FM frequency and you can play Bluetooth audio through the radio. It's actually really cool. They also have ones that are like cassette tapes that plug into like a jack, like a 3.5 millimeter jack, and they like put the magnets, like they have like a fake cassette, and the cassette tape reader will read it. Like it's so cool. I love retro future technology like that. But anyway, Radio Bart, he pretends to be Timmy trapped down the well, and he tries to retrieve it because he got a also on. So this is all for his birthday. He got this radio microphone, and then he also got a label maker. By the way, I kind of really want a label maker. Label makers are so cool. I was looking into wire label makers, and like I got so far down the rabbit hole. I was like, I need to buy this $800 label maker for wires because it's like the best in the business. And then there was like a moment of clarity where I was like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I don't have enough wires to be labeling with a freaking label maker that like server techs have in like a full on $1 million server facility. So I never got that label maker, but I do kind of want a label maker now. I kind of do. Anyway, he gets trapped down the well trying to retrieve his radio because it has property of Bart Simpson on it. He gets trapped himself, and then everybody's kind of mad at him because he's like the boy who cried well. And he does not get rescued as quickly as people wanted to. There's like a bunch of ideas on how to rescue him, like freezing him and then popping out the ice, but then they don't know how to thaw him. Other stuff like that. Eventually, Homer gets fed up, and I love that Homer's like, I'm fed up with like my son being trapped down this well. After like a heartfelt plea that Bart is afraid he's just gonna die down there, or just live the rest of his life down there, right? And he decides he's just gonna start digging, and then I always forget Jasper. Jasper's like, oh, we haven't had a good. we haven't had a we haven't had a well dig in 20 years by Garn. And so they all start digging, and Bono is there, and or what? Maybe it was Sting. I forget. But Homer tells him that Bart is a huge fan of his music, and Marge is like, I don't really think he's ever mentioned him before. He's like, quiet, Marge. He's a great digger, and he digs really quickly. And he breaks through, and then Bart's like, Bono. No, I think it was Sting. He's like, Sting. And then Homer trashes him out of the way. And then he's like, Mom, Dad. It's so cute. But just the way that Homer just throws, he just ragdolls Sting. It's really, really good. Sorry I got so excited there. If you're asleep, I promise I won't get that excited. Well, maybe I will, but it's just such a great moment. You can buy a Dymo Lyratag. Oh, okay. Dymo Lyratag. I'll keep this information in mind for myself. Oh my god, okay. I kind of want one now. Okay. I will look into that. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, great episode. Excellent. I mean, given how much I just laughed, I think I gotta give it an excellent. I just the imagery for me is so funny. Like there's like literally it's like a Sting and then like one smear frame of him flying off with like a hand grabbing him and then being replaced by Homer and Marge. Oh, so good. Okay, this episode, what is it? Lisa the Greek. Okay, just watched this like 3 nights ago. It's the gambling one. It's gambling used to be we used to be a proper country. You used to have to call up your bookie and put down bets on sports teams. And now it's just like there's the odds are updating every second and like you can bet at any point in the game and like you can parlay like it's messed up. And it's the Super Bowl. I realize the irony of this statement. This is horrible. I hate gambling. But in this episode, Homer and Lisa bond over basically her being a really good gambler. um, and she has like a flash forward, where she's like a gambler. It's like, I've been gambling stuff since I was 9 and pawning jewelry since I was 11, sweetie. Hit me. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's a good episode. It's a good episode. It teaches you the morals of how gambling is bad. And right after the Super Bowl, Homer was gonna hang out with Barney instead of doing stuff with Lisa, and Lisa gets very upset because she thinks that he only hangs out with her because she is really good at picking the winning team. But she wants Washington to win if she still has any love for him in her heart, and they do. And then I think at the end, instead, they do go on that hike that Lisa wanted to go on, which is fine, which is nice. You know, it's like a sweet moment. It's a pretty good episode. I kind of forget the B plot though, and I know there's a B plot because there's not enough substance for that to be the A, like to just be the whole plot. Lisa the Greek. Oh yes. Oh yeah, Bart. Bart has bad fashion choices because Marge makes him. Oh yeah. I remember. All his clothes are insanely tattered from the back, and Marge just makes him buy crummy clothes that he gets bullied over. I'm gonna put this into Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. It's a good episode. I like it. Not exceptional. Maybe because I don't care about gambling or sports. Um, I forget the name of this episode, but it is about the time. Maybe it's called Homer Alone. It's about the time where Marge has a nervous breakdown on the highway, with Artie Pie, with Artie in the Sky, which is a great. such a good misdirect joke because his name is Artie Pie. It should be called Pie in the Sky, but it's called Artie in the Sky, and they do that sort of joke a few times. Bette Midler and Krusty having a horse named Crundler instead of Betty. It's just so good. Um, anyway, Marge goes on a retreat to Rancho Relaxo. And it sounds like something from Twin Peaks because I think it is in Twin Peaks season 3. Um. Anyway, great episode. It is called Homer Alone, by the way. Okay. Um. I kind of don't remember what happens at the house, but I think it falls into a state of disarray. If you could imagine that. It's kind of similar to when in Bart After Dark, Homer's just basically not a great parent. Oh no. I'm incorrect. I think in this one, uh, Patty and Selma take care of Bart and Lisa, and I believe that Maggie goes missing because she's looking for Marge, and she's trying to find every object that has like that looks like Marge's blue hair. She's trying to like, oh, it's very sad. Maggie like really wants her mom. And she falls asleep on like a big blue thing. Um, Eventually she gets found and rescued by Chief Wiggum, and he's gonna prosecute Homer for like child negligence. But he oh, you found my baby, thank you. He kisses him a few times like, oh, just don't do it again, you rascal. Nice episode. I think I like Marge having a mental break. Don't take that out of context though. I just mean that like I appreciate that she feels very human in this one, because I mean the kid, everybody in The Simpsons is insane, right? Um, Bart the lover. Bart the lover. Bart pretends to be Woodrow Wilson. He takes the name Woodrow Wilson and then he puts on the face of, this might be the only hockey player, Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe. I'm so impressed I know that. I don't watch hockey at all. The only other guys I know are Gretzky and Ovechkin. So Gordie Howe is an insane pull for me. He puts the face of Gordie Howe and the name of Woodrow Wilson, and he sends steamy love letters to Miss Edna Krabappel, who, by the way, she shows. She shows. She she does have a. Anyway, um, good episode. And then the whole he kind of reveals to the whole family that he's dating his teacher, and then Mar's like, oh, right. He's obviously not dating her physically, but he is sending her these letters. And uh, they're trying to tacitly break up with Edna, so that she doesn't, feel heartbroken. And then Homer just keeps giving horrible suggestions. Welcome to Dumpsville. Population, you. Uh, 3 simple words. I am gay. And then later he's like, I'm not gay, but I'm willing to learn. Well, that might have been in a different episode. But they're trying to break her up with Miss Krabappel in a nice way. Uh, and it's like, it ends with, where I am going, I cannot say. When I will go, I do not know. Something, something, but the wind will always whisper, Edna, Edna. And Bart is in detention. That's kind of why he does this thing to get back at Miss Krabappel. Maybe this is the one with the yo-yos. I kind of don't recall. I think it is. I think it starts off with the yo-yos, and then Bart breaks the fish tank. Anyway, good episode. A lot of heart. And at one point, Edna says, Bart, you're the closest thing I have to a man uh, in my life. And that's so sad that I can almost cry. It really humanizes her. I think she also has. I think this is the episode where she's driving home. She's like dinner for one, tickets for one, wine for three, something like that. She's driving, it's like raining, her car sputters. She goes to the mechanic, and the guy's like, sugar in the gas tank. Your ex-husband strikes again. So you kind of really feel for Edna. This is an excellent episode. This is an excellent episode. I like it a lot. Okay, Homer at the bat. I just want to show this. Three. Oh, so basically, it's a baseball episode. It's a baseball episode. That's the best way to describe it. It's a baseball episode. But Mr. Burns makes a bet with the Shelbyville nuclear power plant owner, which is so weird that two cities would have like nuclear power plants. Like it's not doesn't make a lot of sense for two. I mean, Pickering and Darlington have power plants, and they're pretty close. But like, power plants are not usually built that close to each other. Um, just surprising to me. Anyway, he makes $1 million bet, so he stuffs the team with ringers. Um, let me see if I can remember everybody, or at least enough people, because these are also the only baseball players I know, except for the people who played in the World Series recently. Just because I live in Toronto, you gotta know the players there. But I think there's Jose Canseco, Daryl Strawberry. There's shit. Um, yeah. And he's running with the law. They call it Homer. Marty? Artie in the straw? Marty? Okay. Jose Canseco. Daryl Strawberry. Um, I'm sorry. I don't know them. I don't remember all the players. But this is probably one of my favorite episodes. I really like Homer at the bat. I also love how I love old timey Mr. Burns. He tries to scour all of the leagues of of play, and he also mentions he thinks the leagues are still segregated. Um, and then he calls upon like all the best players, and they're like, I don't know how to tell you this, sir, but they're all retired and dead. It's just really great writing. Mr. Burns being like way too old is a really fun gag, and I think Conan said that like his ideal version of retirement is like being able to just write Mr. Burns saying old timey things all day long. It's just a great episode all around. Even if you don't care at all about baseball, which I don't, um, Homer having like the Wonder Bat that he carved from a big sheet, a big piece of a big log. There's like this great scene where he's like sawing, not sawing, he's profiling it, and Mattingly, I told you to get rid of those sideburns. Look, Mr. Burns, I don't know what you think sideburns are, but just has like the sides of his head entirely shaved. And then he says still a better manager than I forget. I just know that Don Mattingly had a famous spat with the manager of whatever team he's usually on. But anyway, yeah. Homer like chiseling the log in the garage, and then Marge's like, "Homie, come to bed." And then there's like, it cuts to them in bed, and Homer's still chiseling, and there's wood chips flying at Marge's face, and Marge's like, "Homer, go back to the garage." It's just so good. The story of how he finds the bat. He's like, there was like a thunderstorm, so I took a piece of sheet metal and I ran into the biggest tree that I could find. the way he makes the bat too, like he's just hammering nails into it for some reason. Oh, such a good episode. And then eventually, on the first pitch with all the ringers, he's like trying out, and I think I don't know, remember who the pitcher is, but he throws a pitch and Homer's like, "Don't worry, I got this, right?" And he tries to hit it and then breaks his bat immediately. Immediately breaks his bat. Um, and it's also really funny how everybody wants to have like a secret weapon. He's like, "Don't worry, guys. Um, oh yeah, yeah. Before everybody signs up, he's like, Homer, last season we won 2-20. Like, it wasn't our favorite. It wasn't our best season. And Lenny's like, actually, it was. And yeah, he says that, don't worry, guys, I have a secret weapon. And everybody's like imagining like what secret weapons he has. And like one of his coworkers imagines like a death ray that just kills the enemy team. Another one imagines that he has like he has like shoes that just like go up in the air so he can catch the ball. And then yeah, after everybody sees like his Wonder Bat, they want their own special bats. And Lenny has a not a mannequin leg. I think he borrows a prosthetic leg from his sister. It's just great. Like they all have like different bats. None of them I don't think any of those are regulation. I think they corked them. Anyway, honestly, one of my all-time favorites for sure. Homer at the bat. So good. It's so good. What is my hair doing? Just don't perceive me, okay? Don't perceive me, please. Separate vocations. Good episode. This is the one where Bart is he gets like a ride along with the cops. It has this really weird uh plot device that's not really a plot device. They don't ever use it again. He basically in the middle at the start of the second act, they have like a voiceover and like text on the screen that says chapter 2, death drives a stick. And it's he's about to basically get killed by Snake. But he about to get run over basically. Bart's about to get run over by Snake, but because the alley closes in, Snake's car just gets jammed and he like he gets knocked unconscious, and then I think like Chief Wiggum makes like a witty remark, and then Carl, I think it's Carl. He's like, Chief, I think he's unconscious. He's like, well, they can still hear stuff uh when they're in there. Anyway, Lisa on the other hand turns bad. I think she gets a bad grade. I think she starts failing gym. No, that might be a different episode. I forget what exactly she's doing, but she kind of turns bad. She becomes disillusioned, and she steals all the teachers' copies of the textbooks. Um, and Bart becomes a hall monitor, and so that's where the separate vocations come in. So they're on opposite sides of the law, and eventually Lisa is discovered by Bart, and Bart takes the fall for her. And the streets are never clean again because Bart is no longer the iron-fisted hall monitor that kind of patrolled. Good episode. Good brother sister dynamic. And I think it does have a B plot. I want to say that the B plot is with the auto dialer, but no, not separate but equal. Separate vocations. There we go. Oh, they do the career aptitude um normalization test, or they can't. And Lisa gets a homemaker, and I love the questions. They're like, if I were an animal, I would be a carpenter ant, B, a nurse shark, C, a lawyer bird, or D, like a mechanic dog. And it makes me think of Meyer-Briggs tests. They're just like so bullshit. They're like, if I was at a party, I would be A, social, B, antisocial. And then it's like, oh, I guess I'm introverted or extroverted. It's like, I like to think with A, my intelligence, or B, with my emotional intelligence. It's uh, just you get whatever answer you want to get, right? Anyway, great, great episode. Um, so you know what? I'll put it in. No, I'm gonna put it in excellent. Okay, this is the Stanley Kubrick Clockwork Orange. They really like Clockwork Orange over there, huh? This is not the first reference, or maybe it is. But in this season, or maybe the next season's Treehouse of Horror, wish we was trick or treating. Oh my god, wish we was trick or treating. Homer is, I mean, Bart is dressed as one of the droogs. Uh, so I don't remember exactly what happens in this episode. I know that you can see Santa's little helper being manipulated by Mr. Burns to be one of his greyhounds. I think he gets kidnapped, right? Dog of Death? Yes. Yes, okay. Oh, he falls not mentally ill, just very ill. Oh yeah, that sucks. Yeah, he has a twisted stomach. There's this great scene where the surgeon is working on a hamster and like and then the hamster dies. Like, this is the part of the job that I hate. And then he throws the hamster to the garbage bin, and the garbage bin has like a little mini basketball hoop over it. Um, so yeah, they untwist his stomach, but it cut. Everybody basically has to make huge sacrifices for him. And so everybody's kind of resentful of it, and he feels unloved and he runs away. And I feel so sad for Santa's little helper. I don't think Maggie did anything wrong in that episode, though. I'm a Maggie defender. Um, and so, yeah, he runs away, and then he gets basically he replaces a different guard dog for Mr. Burns because one of the dogs is getting really old. That's a cute dog. They're all tracing somebody, and the other one's just like hobbling along. Reminds me of my dog. Cute. Anyway, and yeah, so he basically Bart is about to be attacked by Santa's little helper, um, because he's trespassing, and but then Santa's little helper remembers everything. Like mid-flight, he's like, "Arr!" And he lunges at Bart, but then he has all these memories flood back of like all the times that Bart, gave him food and like was nice to him, and then he starts licking him. It's very cute, and then he defends him from all the other dogs. I haven't actually watched it in quite a while though. I don't know why. I guess I just kind of skipped over it. It's a good episode. I should rewatch it. I'll put it on my list. I think it's in Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. This is called, and you might think I'm getting this wrong, but I'm not. It's called Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington. And it's the episode where Lisa writes an essay about how great America is. Bunch of propaganda, by the way. Um, for Reader's Digest, because falls in love with Reader's Digest, which I don't actually understand what Reader's Digest is. They used to be really big when I was younger, but like I don't get magazines, and as an adult who doesn't have like nephews or nieces, I don't have people asking me to buy magazines, and I'm not asking people to buy magazines. So I don't actually entirely understand what like all those digest magazines were. Like, do you read them on the toilet after you like while you're digesting, or does it have a different meaning than that? So with this episode, she writes that essay, she goes to the Capitol, she finds out that one of the senators, I think the state senator for Springfield, for whatever state Springfield is in, is corrupt. and he's taking bribes, and she rewrites her essay uh called Cesspool and the Potomac. And I remember like the first line is like uh, the capital city was built on a fetid swamp uh that covered the land, or something like that. It's like it was a wasteland then, and it's a wasteland now. And one of the reporters, I don't know why there's reporters in this thing, but there's like, dear God, a little girl has lost her faith in democracy. Um, and then I think George W. Bush was in power at the time. And he has like this stupid fucking line. Uh, he's like meeting with like a delegate from an African state, I think, and he's like he has to like take a phone call because they're gonna basically put a sting operation on the senator who was the taking bribes. And he's like oh, just a second, I need to take this call from my bosses. And then the African dignitary is like, you have bosses? And he's like, yes sir, all 370 million of them. And it's just like, this would not fly in like a later season episode. Like this feels like, I don't know why, I'm just surprised like how pro government like the episode comes out as being, because basically from the time that Lisa sees um the senator taking a bribe to the time that he's arrested is literally like 4 hours. It's kind of crazy because the wheels of justice, what if and when they move, do not move that quickly, right? So for just all those reasons, and it being just a very political episode, that like I like how Lisa gets disheartened, but I don't like, it feels like it was pushed through by, yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel like it was written by the same people. And it's surprising because there's a later episode where they have like a little cartoon about how laws are made. And but if we amend the Constitution, then we can make whatever crazy laws we want. Get in here, boys. In fact, is it the same episode? Let me uh what if we amend the Constitution? The amendment song. No, it isn't a different episode. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't that just yeah, it feels like there was studio pressure. All right. Colonel Homer. I'm just gonna say it. I don't like this episode. I don't like the idea. I This is a skip for me. I don't like the idea that even if Homer managing Lorleen and her like falling in love with it, um, with him, I just don't like it. Like it strikes me the wrong way. Homer is not a cheater. Fundamentally, he gets tempted sometimes, but he's not a cheater. And I don't like how like I don't care for Lorleen. I just don't. Um Even Marge, I think, is closer to cheating than Homer in my mind, because like I think Homer deep down understands that like Marge is literally the best thing that has ever happened to him, and that he should like hold on for dear life. Like he should never stoop to adultery. So I just don't like this episode. This both sucks and blows. I'm sorry, it's a skip. It really is a skip for me. I don't like it. The tier list for the itchy and scratchy replacements. Worker and Parasite. What the hell was that? There's not that many, but yeah, they or when he has to be broadcasting from the middle of the Badlands as the special bulletin or whatever, and he's like Eisenhower. It's like, let's get busy. Yeah, that could be pretty fun, but I don't think there's that many replacements. I think this episode, I don't know what it's called. I think it's called Black Widower. It is. Okay. This is the one where Sideshow Bob Roberts, actually that's a different episode. But Sideshow Bob marries Selma. Um, but he's basically trying to kill her. now that I've described that plot, and I know, like, I know that's correct, I don't actually remember the justification for killing her. I think it's a big life insurance policy, but it could just be that she's annoying. um, I love when Bart figures out what he's doing, and then he has to like I try to explain to Dad 4 times, and he has like a diagram, he has like a whiteboard, he has like little finger puppets that he's trying to emote the scene to Homer about, and then he's like, then I explained it to Mom and we were on our way, and it's just it's great. Homer being an idiot is never not funny. um it's a good episode. I don't think I love it though. I think it's good. It's good. I'm not gonna skip it or nothing. Just I feel for Selma. I think it's Selma. I think Patty is Selma's literally an incel, and Patty is just a cell, right? There's like it's Patty who chose a life of celibacy. Selma had celibacy thrust upon her, right? Um, yeah, it's just good. It's good, but not my favorite, not my least favorite. Middle of the road. Good. Perfectly serviceable. The Auto Show. I will be honest, I don't love this episode because Otto is not that compelling of a character to me. He's basically like a high school dropout who drives the bus, and I think he kind of should have been kept that way. I think what happens here is he gets into a vehicular accident of some sort, and his license gets investigated, and he has to he basically lives with the Simpsons because he falls on hard times, and then eventually gets it back because he has enough dirt on Homer for Patty or Selma to pass him. It's like it's not a great episode. It's not that interesting to me. Don't love it. It's fine. It's not a skip. See, these are not skips, but it's not like a pack one, pick one. You know, if I'm gonna be picking an episode that I'm gonna fall asleep to, I'm not gonna be picking the Auto Show. Oof. Okay, I think we're not even halfway done. Okay, I'm I'm sorry. I have so much to say. um, I was gonna say it's gonna get faster, but it's not. I have even more to say about the later episodes. Seasons 5, 6, 7, I think are like the sweet, sweet, sweet spot. Bart's friend gets a girlfriend. Tut tut tut. Nepana boys. This is the episode where Milhouse falls in love with that wiener, that girl. Nepana boys. And then Bart gets jealous because he's spending all his time kind of mooching her face. And what's the B plot? What's the B plot? Bart's friend. I feel like my brain has degraded. Samantha Stanky, what a name. Oh yes, the subliminal lost tape. The subliminal lost tape is a really good B plot. Where subliminal lost tape, what is that? It's like this vertical line, vertical line, vertical line, horizontal line, vertical line. You know what I'm talking about. You know loss. Anyway, the that plot is really funny because Homer's weight loss tape is instead replaced by a vocabulary builder. And he has like an insane vocabulary. But after he stops using the tape, he forgets everything. And he's like, "Where's that metal thingy to dig food with? A spoon? Uh-huh, uh-huh." And then, but before they like those mountebanks, those charlatans and mountebanks that cast a pox upon the like tut tut gentle Marge. Here in the boudoir is where the gourmand metamorphosizes into the voluptuary. What the hell are you talking about? And he like bites off her silk hair. I don't know what it's called, like a crozet? Not a crozet. Cozy? And he's like, oh. Anyway, it's a decent episode, but it's gonna go. Everything's coming up Millhouse because it is, except for when you know, Bart rats on her father. It's like, Samantha, honey, please. I know my imagination can get away from me. So just tell me, what were you doing? Well, me and Millhouse. That's enough. I can't hear any more of this. You're gonna go to you're gonna be taught by nuns. Um okay, this is Brother Can You Spare Two Dimes? Yes. This is the second reappearance of Herb, aka Danny DeVito, the Goblin. Um where he invents the talking baby boy. Not a toy. The baby translator, which would be insane. I just don't think that babies can actually talk. I don't know if that's a controversial statement. But like until the age of like 16, they don't really have any thoughts. Um, there's some great lines in this, and it's a Maggie centric episode, which I like. And Maggie's like, Gurga. And he's like, I want what the dog's eating. And he's like, I'll get you something nice. And then he's like, "Wah." And he's like, I've soiled myself. How embarrassing. It's a good episode. It's a bit redemptive for Homer because he gets $500 that he invests in Herb instead of buying the stupid chair. Herb gets back on his feet because of it. And I like Maggie in it. And Santa's little helper too. I'm a simple guy, okay? What's the B plot? Danny DeVito. John Schwartzwelder, by the way, is probably the only funny conservative. Um, he's also like a libertarian. He's kind of like a crazy guy who has written probably the best episodes of The Simpsons ever. If there's like a weird gag, or basically most political things, he's the one behind it. Um, famously kind of a recluse. He's like he's insanely good at writing episodes. Uh, I love it. I love it. Yeah, good episode. Millhouse. Oh, when Flanders failed, is when he opens up the Leftorium and Homer wishes that he fails. And then he mostly does, except at the end when Homer has a change of heart because he basically, you know, they have to live in their car and move because they can't afford owning their house. It's a good episode. It's Homer's like a jerk ass, and then he kind of is like, I'll be less of a jerk ass. And they sing, "Gray skies are gonna clear up. Put on a happy smile." Good episode. Um, Not much to talk about for me though. I would just say it's good. Just good. Oh, I think it's called Bart the Murderer. It's the one where he is late to school and then late because it's a field trip day and he forgets his clean underwear and also I think no, the clean underwear is a different episode. Um he forgets his permission slip at home and he has to lick envelopes, which is so unhygienic if you think about it. I'm happy we don't lick envelopes no more. Um, So yeah, he licks envelopes and then he leaves school a minute early, and then he skateboards home, and he falls into a ditch, and then he's like, oh crap, and then he's like, oh, because like all the gangsters have their guns pointed at his head, and then he starts bartending for the mob, uh, and it's kind of like a very reminiscent of like the start of Goodfellas, you know. He gets like a suit from them, uh, and he sings, "It's witchcraft." It's a great episode. But because he got suspended because he tried to pay off Principal Skinner while he's vandalizing something, Principal Skinner suspends him. There's a meeting between Fat Tony and a different mob boss, and he gets the kiss of death. He's like, "That's just all I needed." Like, where the hell were you? And he's like, "Ah, the stupid Principal Skinner held me up, right? Skinner, eh?" And so the mob goes to basically beat the living daylights out of Principal Skinner, or so it would appear. In reality, they don't actually; they just leave because I mean, he has a green beret, could probably handle himself, but he goes missing, and Bart is fingered for it, and he's basically the whole mob decides to say that he was the one who did all of it. Uh, hello, Simply Stein. So yeah, basically the trial goes on, and eventually Bart gets blamed for everything that the mob does. But eventually Skinner, you know, appears. He was actually trapped underneath a stack of old newspapers in his garage, and so he made a game of it. He would dribble the basketball, then see if he could break that record. And eventually Bart is exonerated. And he's like, crime doesn't pay. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And then like a whole cadre of Cadillacs picks up each mobster. It's a good episode. I like it. I'm gonna put it. Is it excellent? I do like the mob stuff. I'm gonna say it is excellent. I like when Bart is he's working for tips and he's serving everybody, but he's also replaced basically every card in the deck with an ace. So they're all playing poker and all their hands are like five aces. And then the discard pile is all aces. It's great. Shooby doo ba, shooby doo ba, shooby doo ba. Whoa. Know what I'm talking about? It's great. It's a lot of fun. Homer defined. Homer defined. I think this is where he saves the power plant. But he was actually a phony, and Magic Johnson tells him that sooner or later the phonies eventually get found out. And then he does it again, and he saves it again by luck. And he stops being praised as a hero, and everything just kind of goes back to normal. Let me pull up the plot real quick because I think I'm blanking on the key detail, right? Yeah, he prevents a meltdown. He becomes the employee of the month. Lisa, oh yeah, she stares at him with awe. The B plot is where Bart isn't invited to Milhouse's birthday. Okay, that's actually a really good thing I looked this up because the I really like that B plot because it's like um basically Luann doesn't think that Bart is a good influence on Milhouse, which he probably isn't. And at one point he's like, "What did I tell you? To never listen to your mother. To your mother. You should only listen to me." Um, and they kind of stop being friends. And Marge goes to talk to Luann, and she says, they're not very smart. They get picked on by the same bullies. And in every Christmas pageant, they're always sheep. Like they just don't have each other. And then they like pans over to the to Millhouse playing in the backyard, and he's just sadly sitting on one side of a seesaw, not going anywhere. And it's just so perfectly sad. Um yeah, no, that part is great. I just kind of forgot about that. But I really love that Millhouse to Bart, Millhouse to Bart. Can you come over? And Bart is like, "Thanks, Mom." He's like, "Why do you think I did anything?" And then he says, "Who else would?" So yeah, I think with the remembrance of that B plot, it's going up. It's going because I was gonna say maybe Boo Earns, but probably not. I still like the A plot of Homer being treated as a hero for something he accidentally did. But with the inclusion of the B plot, it's a bit better. I don't think it elevates it to excellent, but I do like the B plot a lot. Gotta stop saying I gotta train my radio voice because people say that I got a face for radio. And I don't think they're being complimentary. It's called, I don't know what it's called. It's called like father like clown JPEG.png. Uh, there I go again. Umming and ahhing. This is the episode where Krusty reunites with his father. Good episode. I like it a lot. I like the episodes about Krusty's father because it gives it the rabbinical stuff is interesting. Him being a rabbi is a very choice choice thing. Uh, and Krusty's Jewishness coming out, I think, is also like it serves for good episodes, in my opinion. It serves for good episodes. And this one is also a very heartfelt episode because it's Krusty trying to regain the love of his father. And Lisa and Bart trying their damnedest, their damnedest to convince him that maybe he shouldn't have shunned his son because he chose to be an entertainer, a clown specifically. So yeah, it's very sweet. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. In fact, maybe it's even an excellent. I don't remember if there's really a B plot to this one though. But I'm realizing I forget the B plots a lot because in my mind, I think my mind just classifies the A plots and the B plots as two separate things that don't necessarily connect. Like unless the A's and the B's they connect at some point, my mind just has them as like two separate idea clouds. Treehouse of Horror 2. Treehouse of Horror 2. This is also why I have to look up the Treehouses of Horror. Everybody eats too much candy and they have nightmares. Lisa's has the cursed paw. Didn't care too much for that segment. It was okay. I thought it was funny when Homer's like, "Hey, where did you buy that? Where did you buy that? That monkey paw?" And he's like, "It was over there." And then the camera pans, and there's just like a wind, a little dust devil forming, and there's no stall. And he's like, "Oh no, right over there." And then there's just a normal stall for wares. Uh, Bart's nightmare is where he has the omnipotent powers. That was good. That was a very strong Twilight Zone parody. And as a Twilight Zone enjoyer, I like that. The final one was the where Robo Homer, right? Where Mr. Burns replaces Homer's brain. Uh, well, no, he doesn't replace Homer's brain. He uses Homer's brain to build a robot, which is kind of weak. And the ending of the episode is where Mr. Burns' head is surgically grafted onto Homer, which I think is like just a trope in television and movies, but only other example I have of that is when Fry is grafted onto Amy's body, and he really loves putting on the bra. Overall, I think this Treehouse of Horror is. I'm never gonna put them low, I think, but it's a bit lackluster. It's not as good as the other one. The first one is iconic. The first one is very iconic. This one, not as much. Lisa's Pony. Great episode. Again, I really like the episodes that have a lot of heart to them, I think. Because once all the jokes kind of melt away, you still have the heart at the core of it, right? Lisa's Pony is really great because it shows the kind of total dedication that Homer has for making Lisa happy, because he does fudge up, right? Like he's worried that Lisa doesn't love him because, and I forget what the inciting incident was. He I want to say it has to do with the saxophone. I think he doesn't get her the proper read and she embarrasses herself. And so, she's very upset. She says that she doesn't say she doesn't love him, but she doesn't mean it when she says it. And so he buys her a pony. And the way that it's revealed is so good. It's like a parody of The Godfather, where the guy, like the music is swelling. It's like so unnerving. And Lisa opens the bed and there's just like a horse's head, exactly like in The Godfather, and she screams, but it's a very happy scream. It's just such a funny just such a funny scene. Can you imagine just hiding like a pet, a little? That's the thing. It's not like a little. It's not like a puppy being hidden in your bed. It's literally a full-on horse or a pony, which apparently are different than horses somehow. I don't really understand it. I always thought a pony was just like a baby horse, but no, no, I guess. What's up, 4G? Yelly Natty. That's my nick. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a great episode. It shows like this total dedication because Homer needs to work two jobs to pay for the pony.
Oh, Onion! I
And
need to
I
collect
just
the
love it.
tools.
I love it. Aw, thank you for the resub. Look, Marge Crump. Why isn't she crumping? She's supposed to crump. Um it's a great episode. I love it. It's easily an excellent. But she's supposed to keep on crumping.
I'll crop with you, sweetie. Homie. Homie.
This is Saturdays of Thunder. Saturdays of Thunder, I believe. Let's double check. Yes. I feel like the Plex Shuffle loves playing this episode because I think I've seen it like 5 or 6 times. Picard and Marge are peas in a pod. This episode is very milk toast, I guess. It's fine. It's a Bart Homer episode where they bond over. Well, basically, Homer is a bad dad. He does the bad dad quiz, and he realizes that he's a bad father, and he he tries to connect with Bart using reverse psychology. There's also like a pretty there's a pretty dated line about how funny and great of a father Bill Cosby is. That doesn't play too well nowadays. But overall, it's kind of like it's fine. I like the honor roller that Martin flies. I love how mad Homer gets at Martin. It's okay. Like it's fine. There's good gags and stuff like that, but I don't love it. I don't love it. It's okay. It's actually not called milk toast. It's milk toast. Milk toast. Milk probably means something. Oh, it's named after a guy, Dr. Milk Toast. So that's how you know. Bait taken. I guess that's okay. That's okay. I'll edit this out for the YouTube. I'll also normalize my voice so I don't yell. Okay, I think now we're squarely. Is this season 4 territory? Yes. Camp Krusty. One of my favorites. One of my all-time greats. Camp Krusty. Oh, it's so good. The kids get sent off to Camp Krusty, even though Bart failed all his courses, but then he forged his he forges his report card from all D's to all A pluses. And and Homer's like, "You don't think much of me, do you, boy?" He's like, "No, sir." He's like, "Well, I, now Bart, remember the promise I made. I thought it would straighten you out, because the promise is that he can only go if he has like a C plus average." And it's like, "I thought it would straighten you out, and it didn't. But why should you pay for my mistakes? You mean I can go to Camp Krusty? Yeah, I didn't want you hanging around all summer anyway. Thanks, Dad. You're the best." Um, and again, then when they get there, it turns out to be a Dickensian workhouse, basically. At least their arts and crafts are. Has a really ear-catchy, earworm of a song. Hail to thee, Camp Krusty, by the shores of Rattlesnake Lake. Though your swings are rusty, we know they'll never break. I won't sing the whole thing. I'm worried about getting copy ID'd. And then there was also like the fat camp, or Krusty's image enhancement camp, and they get fed. No, actually, they don't even get fed at the image enhancement camp. At the normal camp, Lisa's like, "You're serving us gruel, almost." Oh, no, he says, "Not quite. This is Krusty brand imitation gruel. 9 out of 10 orphans can't tell the difference." A lot of Oliver Twist references in this episode. But yeah, eventually they revolt against Mr. Black and the bullies that for some reason were hired as the intimidators of the camp. And they run the camp. Uh, and Ken Brockman reports on it. It's like, as somebody who's been to Korea, Vietnam, and Afghanistan, I say without hyperbole that this is 100 times worse than all of them combined. Great episode. Krusty eventually comes back. He tries to make it up to all the kids, and he says, I'll take you to the happiest place on earth, Tijuana." And then they just have like a slideshow, and the song "South of the Border" plays. It's just great. It's great. This is a choo choo choose you episode for sure. I love this episode. Homer's triple bypass. Okay, I just want to real quick show you this. Look at this. Look at what. Well, this is not even like in the earlier seasons. They had crazy smear frames. A smear frame is like an in-between frame where multiple copies of like a character are used to show fast motion. This is not a smear frame. This is just an insane art drawing. Like, it doesn't look like The Simpsons, right? It looks like I don't know. MC Escher-esque. Maybe not. No, maybe Dali. Maybe a Salvador Dali. Anyway, just look at his face. Crazy. Homer's triple bypass. He needs to have heart surgery. This is the episode where Barney is like, "At first I was against the operation, but then I said, if Homer wants to be a woman, so be it. Barney, I'm not having a sex change, you idiot. I'm getting heart surgery." And he's like, "Well, what am I gonna do with this plus size bikini?" Which I like. Oh, Barney, he's an ally. And also, for some reason, he thought that the best thing to do would be to get Homer a plus size bikini right away. Uh, What else happens in that episode though? Triple bypass. Quadruple bypass? Oh no, we're in season 4, sorry. Homer's triple bypass. He has multiple heart attacks. Dr. Nick Riviera performs the surgery. Lisa helps him out. Um yeah, like it's okay. I don't think it's as good. It's as strong of an episode as like one fish, two fish, blowfish, bluefish. Because even like in both episodes, Homer could die, but I feel like there's like a lot less levity in one fish, two fish than there is here. Because just the way that it's like kind of paced out, I suppose. I wouldn't say it's a bad episode, but it goes into the everything's coming up Millhouse. Marge versus the monorail. This is the episode that everybody knows about because Conan, the hack fraud, wrote it. That ginger giant motherfucker. I really like this episode. Obviously, monorail. It has everything. It has everything. Mono means one and rail means rail. And that concludes our intensive 3-week course. I call the big one Bitey. It's just, if you haven't seen it, I think this would be like a good episode to show people who don't know The Simpsons. There's also a really great shot. I think it's in this episode. No, I think it's not. I think that's in Springfield, where the S is a dollar sign. We used to do that. If you were like really hip on the internet, then you were writing Microsoft, you would make the S like a dollar sign because they're like, Microsoft only cares about the money. And it was like, whoa, holy crap. Anyway, Marge versus the monorail. What's to say that hasn't been said? It's just great. It's just really good. Is it Batman? It's no, it's a scientist. Batman's a scientist. It's not Batman. When they're racing to the monorail, the professor, the scientist is like, oh, we're almost too late. I'm sorry I stopped for that haircut. And he has like this fresh haircut. That always makes me laugh. Leonard Nimoy being on the monorail. He's like, a solar eclipse. The cosmic ballet continues. And then the pimply haired teen is like, does anybody want to switch seats? It's great. It's I choose you tier for sure. For sure. This is not a fish named Selma. This is Selma's choice. Selma wants a baby. She doesn't care where. And then later she doesn't even care where for real, because I think she adopts from China. But those babies gotta be like the most expensive to adopt, right? Like those can't be cheap. I feel like there's like cheaper babies that you could adopt. I am the Lizard Queen. Very well known line. Homercles cares not for beans. It's a good episode. It ends with Jub Jub being a important character. I think Aunt Gladys dies, and they go to their funeral, and Marge tries to reminisce about who Aunt Gladys is, and she's like standing on a deck, and she's like waving, ouch, waving them over, and Patty, Selma, and Marge jump into the lake, the lake, and they hold hands while swimming, and then she's like, no, wait a minute, that was Prince of Tides. Aunt Gladys basically leaves a video will. Lionel Hutz is her executor for some reason. He has a lot of fingers in pies, huh? AKA Miguel Sanchez, and AKA Nguyen Van Dak, was paid $5 for his 8 hours of babysitting. He was happy to get it. That's a different episode. That's March on the Lamb. Let's keep it centered. Anyway, this episode is great. Krusty Land. Oh, Duff Gardens. It's not Krusty Land. It's called Duff Gardens. Homer has Homer gets food poisoning because he keeps eating this like yard long sub that's way past its prime. It's like growing. I love how they depict it. It's like purple. It's like growing fungus on it. The mayo is basically has more culture than all of America. It's crazy. Um, Good episode. And Duff Gardens is great. Uh, Bart wearing the drunk goggles, and he looks at the Aunt Selma, and she's like, "You're charming the pants off me," and she's much hotter. Like, what'd you say, Aunt Selma? He's like, I said take those stupid things off. Just a definitely an all timer, all timer. Give her one of these, then this, then these. Thank you, doctor. Oh, I'm not a doctor. Excellent, excellent for sure. Excellent for sure. Any day of the week and twice on a Tuesday, I would watch that. Ah, okay. Brother from the same planet, I think. Yes. What's to say? What am I to say about this episode? I don't like it. I don't like it. Um I would say this is like the lesson is never try. I just kind of don't like it. It's just it's not that interesting. There's definitely a few funny things in it where like Homer takes out starfish to throw like their not nunchucks, Beyblades, not Beyblades. What do ninjas use? Shurikens. He throws them like they're shurikens. They get embedded into the wall, and the guy's like, he takes them out of the wall, puts them gently into the into the aquarium. He's like, they're there, and then they get immediately eaten, and he goes dough. Um, Homer calling his little brother Pepsi instead of Pepe. This is the episode where Bart gets a big brother from like the Big Brothers and Big Sisters Corporation. Because he says he hates Homer because Homer doesn't pick him up from the soccer, sorry for you Americans, from the football game. And that actually has like one of the craziest yeah, that's okay. I've been farting up a smelly storm lately too, actually, Hatuli. I've been having something's going on. Something's going around, I think. Um I love the CRT by the way. But they don't have burn-in, right? That shouldn't be a worry. Uh, yeah, it has like the scene where Homer also because he picks up Bart late. There's a bunch of funny stuff in there. There's like a nun being blown away. There's a pick up Bart Trabu, pick up Bart backwards. Shining thing for Millhouse. It's like Millhouse, I told you to stop writing on the wall. Um, Homer saying I'm on my way, but he's actually guessing the Jeopardy or no Wheel of Fortune phrase. And then yeah, when he finally picks up Bart, Bart is insanely mad at him. He just imagines his face melting. He imagines his face melting. It's pretty awesome. But honestly, I was gonna say it's a skip. Maybe I'm redeeming it a little bit. I want to put it into I was saying Boo Earns. It's just not. I don't love it. I don't love it because I don't really care for the other guy or Pepe. Yeah, and that's all I got to say on the matter. Asking ChatGPT to do this for me would be kind of funny. Okay, it's called I Love Lisa. I forgot the name, but I do remember the plot quite well. It's where on Valentine's Day, by the way, that's in a week apparently. They don't tell you these things anymore. Um, in this one, Lisa gives Ralph a Valentine's Day card because she wants to basically. She feels bad for him. It's like a pity card. She makes it herself and it says "I choose you," and it's a picture of a train. And he basically falls in love with her. She gives him like the smidgenest morsel of attention, and he just falls head over heels for her. He invites her to a crusty show. He gets her a Malibu Stacy car, and it has a little note, and it says "Look in the trunk." He must mean trunk, and then it has 2 tickets to the show. And he Krusty talks to the audience, and Ralph says that this is my girlfriend and I love her, and when I grow up I want to marry her. And she imagines her future with him. I love the futures they imagine. She's like this obese. For some reason she's southern all of a sudden. They have like 8 kids and they're all bothering her. She's lying down in like a hammock indoors, watching a television set on its side, and all her kids are poking her with a broom for some reason. To quit it, quit it, quit it. I said quit it. And then Ralph comes home. He's wearing like a little propeller hat. It's like, "Hi, Lisa. It's me, Ralph, your husband." "Hi, honey. Hey, can you take me down to the library? I want to rent us up some movies." So she dumps him. This is also the where you can pinpoint the moment his heart breaks into. It's a great episode. Um, and then eventually he portrays George Washington, not George Washington Carver, but just George Washington, uh, the original. And just a fun episode. They become friends in the end. Excellent, excellent is what I'm gonna say. We did already do the Michael Jackson episode, and I also put that in excellent. And actually, maybe I'm overglazing it a little bit. We'll leave it there. I do like the Lisa Bart stuff. I do like the Lisa Bart stuff. I don't think Ralph is a chud. Okay, I don't think just because his dad's a cop that Ralph is Ralph is a special little guy. Okay, don't call Ralph a chud, please. Uh, okay, Duffless. Duffless. Um, Homer loves beer. Homer no get to drinky beer. And that's kind of it. Primarily, I think I might be forgetting what else happens in Duffless. Oh yeah, Bart sabotages Lisa's presentation with the giant tomato. Oh yeah, and then she does the hamster stuff, and then but Bart steals the hamster, and his science fair project becomes, "Can hamsters fly planes?" And everybody just says it's cute. Um, right, they go to the Duff Brewery. Okay, and because of that, Marge says, "Don't drink for a month." It's a decent episode for sure, for sure, for sure. I like it. I like it. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm gonna put it in Millhouse. My back hurts really bad. Oh no, what happened? Did you sleep funny? The older you get, the more likely you are for just random pains from doing things you've done a million times before, like going to sleep, which is like the easiest thing to do because you don't even have to do anything. Like once you hit that flow state of being asleep, like it does not matter what you're doing. Oh, is this Last Exit to Springfield? It is. Okay, this is also an all-timer. This is also an all-timer. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. What else can I really say about it? Like it's just a really tight episode. It's really good. I love classical gas. Do 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 do. do. I mean, I even use like that GIF in my stream. It's a really, really strong episode. Um, Smithers, I'm beginning to think that Homer Simpson was not the masterful tactician we thought he was. It's great. Really good. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. Stupid monkeys. Honestly, an all-time great. I have less to say about the best episodes because I think most people know about them, especially like Marge versus the Monorail, Last Exit to Springfield, You Only Move Twice, stuff like that. But I do have a sleeper favorite episode that I don't think everybody knows. Oh, okay. But you're back. Damn, it's crazy like how much your feet matter, you know? People in wheelchairs must have it so easy just because they don't have to worry about their backs hurting from, well, maybe sitting isn't good for it too. If it's a trade-off, it's a trade-off. I actually always loved Lisa's little chair that she has because it's very strange. It's like a very like 90s new age philosophy to sitting. Um it's like it's very weird. It's like this. So you basically you lean forward on it, so the butt is tilted, and then you brace against it with like your knees. It's very interesting. It's way too flat. Don't say that about Lisa. What the hell? It's a very interesting chair. Yeah, apparently they're real. Apparently they're real. All right. This episode is going to be in the worst episodes ever. I don't even know what it's called. So it's come to this, another Simpsons clip show. The problem with this episode is not only is it a clip show, but every time it comes on, I'm like, wait, what episode is this? Because there's like a April Fool's bit, and all clip shows do this, where they bait you in with like you thinking it's gonna be a new episode of television, but they only recorded like 5 minutes of footage. And I'm gonna go against what I'm saying a little bit and defend clip shows for half a second. I think clip shows are not bad when you only had cable syndicated television. Like if you just wanted to show, it's like a best hits on a YouTube, you know? But like authorized and not stealing money from the very important MCAA. No, yes. Uh, anyway, like I don't think clip shows are that bad when you just catch a random thing. But then you kind of, if you watch something a lot, you kind of wasted an episode watching a clip show instead of a full episode of something else. And they always bait you. I hate the baiting because this episode starts with Bart shaking up Homer's beer so hard that it explodes. And every time I see it or I remember that scene, it's kind of iconic to me. I'm like, wait, what episode is that from? Like, what happens? How do they resolve it? The way they resolve it is they just have a lot of remembering clips, and then Homer is fine in the hospital. Like, it sucks. It genuinely, this is the worst. This is the worst thing that you can do. The front. Bart and Lisa write episodes for Itchy and Scratchy, pretending that Abraham is writing them. A lot of funny scenes where Abe stops by Homer's house and he's like, "Ah, oh, hello, Homer. I'm just coming back from my job where they pay me $800 a week to tell a mouse and cat what to say." And then Homer's just imagining going, yeah, yeah. And then he's just imagining Abe being in a wheelchair and he's wheeling him to the insane asylum. He's going doo 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 doo. Good episode. What's the B plot for the front? I'm also starting to hear like a beep. I heard it twice today, and I'm hoping I'm not developing tinnitus, because that would be bad. Oh, it's a high school reunion. Okay, tinnitus is constant. Well, I hope I'm not developing it, because it probably starts off like this. There's a high school reunion that they go to, and Homer never graduated from high school because he failed remedial chemistry. And the principal's teaching chemistry, like the old principal, he's like, "Oh, yeah, I guess I just picked up teaching because I've been pretty lonely ever since my wife died." And Homer's like, "Is this gonna be on the test?" And the guy's like, "No." And then Homer scratches out dead wife on his note. It's one of the I love that gag so much. Uh, you know what? Maybe this maybe this episode is better than I recall. I just don't really care about like the Grandpa Simpson part. Although there are uh there are actually really funny moments when he finally arrives at the studio. Um like, "Are you sure you're a writer?" And then the first thing Grandpa asks is, "When do I get my paycheck?" And the Meyer, the guy who runs the company, is like, "You're a writer, all right." Yeah, we'll put it into Millhouse. 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 A streetcar named Marge. This is a very divisive episode in some circles. Mostly people who know Tennessee Williams and people who think they know Tennessee Williams, but actually only know his plays parodied in The Simpsons. I am the latter person. You can always depend on the kindness of strangers. Remember this thing. If you remember this thing, you won't regret. A stranger's just a friend you haven't met. You haven't met. Do 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 do. Streetcar. Um, I think it's very loosely based on a streetcar named Desire, but it's great. It's I think the first time that Ned is insanely jacked. It's a good episode. The B plot is also really good. It's like the Great Escape, where Maggie is being held in the Ayn Rand School for Tots. It's really good. It I'm just thinking about it. Do 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 do. You know the just all the escapades to get their pacifiers back. And then at the end they all do, and there's just like it's like the birds, there's just thousands of babies suckling on their pacifiers. And then an Alfred Hitchcock walks by outside. It's a great episode. You know what? It's an excellent episode. Marge! Oh, Marge! You keep yelling, you big lug. Whacking Day. Yeah. I don't care for this episode. I don't really care for it. Doesn't even have like a B plot. Barry White is in it, sure. But don't like it. Oh, but Bart getting homeschooled. I remember now. Maybe that's why I don't. I remember Bart getting homeschooled, but I don't remember seeing it very often. I think Bart getting homeschooled is a really good B plot. I think I'm gonna have to revisit this episode because the main whacking day stuff I don't like, and having Barry White looked good in the episode. You ever listen to a Barry White song? They're not really songs. It's just him saying like, "Come over and we're gonna make sweet love." But he has an insane voice, so he gets a pass. I'm gonna put it in the I was saying Boo Earns, but I'm gonna rewatch it and maybe I'll change how I feel about it. Marge in chains. Her family stresses her out, so she goes on a killing spree and eventually is caught and apprehended by Chief Wiggum. No. Marge accidentally shoplifts some whiskey because she has a drinking problem. And then she goes to jail, and everybody has to cope with her not being there. Am I getting most of them right? I think I am. I also haven't watched this in a while. Oh yeah, and then Mayor Quimby makes no, I think there is that joke about Jimmy Carter. He's history's greatest monster. And Quimby tries to becomes Marge Day. It's okay. It's an okay episode. In the middle of the pack for The Simpsons. Top of the crop for television though. Not including like, I don't know, Young Sheldon. That's obviously every frame a painting. Every word a sentence with that show. I think this is Krusty gets canceled. This is where the Crumbler joke comes in. Bette Midler and Krusty have a horse, and if you combine Midler, the first of Mid, uh, and the last of Krusty, you get like Misty, which is a great name for a horse. But instead, they combine the first of Krusty and the last of Midler, and you get Crudler, which is a horrible name for a horse. Which is why I love that joke. I love that joke. Jay Leno's in this. I think he gets canceled a few times, huh? He does the flapping Dickie. Krusty gets canceled. Oh yeah, Gabbo. Right. Okay, this is the Gabbo episode. Stupid SOBs. Johnny Carson. Who's Elizabeth Taylor? Oh yeah, she was in this. She was in the. Huh. Huh. Anyway, it's all right. I think this is the first episode. Um, and I'm not even gonna say look it up. I think where Marge does not have a speaking role because according to the voice actress, uh, is it Nancy Cartwright? She said that she said that she didn't like all the celebrity cameos and how it was just like a grab at having celebrity cameos. Allegedly. I mean, she's still in the show and you've seen the kind of stuff they're putting out nowadays. But she does not I believe she does not speak in this episode at all. This is the only episode without a speaking role for her. Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. Homer the heretic. Homer rejects God and is punished. The end. Honestly, one of my favorite episodes. It's so cozy, especially like there's like a blizzard when they go to church and like the doors freeze up, the car engine won't turn over. It's so comfy. Homer just is a big cinnamon roll. Honestly, anytime I think about it, I just want to get in bed and have a nap. Like it's just such a cozy episode. Plus, there's like a nice cozy fire that does almost burn down the whole house. But you know, it's still cozy for the first few minutes. Everybody's an idiot except for me. It's great. I love it. I love it. It's an all-timer for me. Little Lisa the Beauty Queen. Yes, that's it. That's it. Is it? Lisa, yes, it is. Great episode about Homer sacrificing his blimp ticket to enter Lisa in a beauty pageant because she has low self-esteem, which is a stupid, stupid thing to do, but came from a very good-hearted place. Bart being really good in heels is a really funny gag. Uh, Lisa's like, "Do you think I could win?" And then Bart's just strutting in heels, like, I'm starting to think I could win. Lisa, as your brother, it pains me to say this. You're not ugly. Oh, Bart. The runner-up, but unfortunately, Lisa's the runner-up to Amber Dempsey, and Krusty performs a song, and the song is so funny because it's lighting every time he sings a letter, a word of Little Miss Springfield lights up. So clearly, it's supposed to be like an acrostic poem, right? L is for the losers in her wake. I, the income she will make. T is for her tooth-filled smile. T is for her tooth-filled smile. And it's just such a great joke because you realize there's going to be a verse for literally every single letter. And Springfield is quite a long word. But eventually, God smites Amber, probably because of her eyelash implants from Paraguay. Maybe it was Uruguay. And Lisa takes over, and she doesn't want to be a spokesperson of Laramie Cigarettes. By the way, yeah, that's the whole backing. The pageant is entirely backed by Laramie's, which is a cigarette company in the universe of the show. And she like denounces them, and the top heads at Laramie find out a way to disqualify her because Homer in the application form where it says "Do not write below this line" wrote "Okay." So yeah, great episode all around. I like it. It's excelente. Just a little zhuzh. Okay, so this is the Treehouse of Horror 3. This is better than the soup bowl. Honestly, I would love a soup bowl right now. Or like a bread bowl with soup in it. Or like a soup bowl with bread in it. How you doing, Forrest? Treehouse of Horror 3. Okay. It's the Cursed Krusty doll. Great one. I really like it. The Frogurt also contains potassium benzoate. That's bad. Can I go now? King Homer, not to be confused with king size Homer. Oh, thank you, Wikipedia. Thank you for. I appreciate that. That's the one with the apes. What do you think, Smithers? I think woman and semen don't mix. We know what you think. It's all right. It is funny how it's a good parody of King Kong. I never found King Kong to be very interesting, but I do love Homer trying to climb the Springfield State Building, and he's like only on the second floor, and he's winded, and he falls back. And Marge's like, "This is because all you do is eat humans." Uh-huh. You gotta eat a vegetable once in a while. He just die. But yeah, they get married. See, that's the thing. Homer and Marge, they always end up together. It's like density, destiny. Dial Z for zombies. That one's good too. That one's good too. Dad, you killed Zombie Flanders. He was a zombie? Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I like all those. All the episodes. They're gonna go into excellent tier. Ooh. Alright, we got I think we're halfway done. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. And we're on season 4, I think. No, we're not halfway done. This is a bigger undertaking than I expected. The Itchy and Scratchy movie. Great. No, great. I like Bart having just senseless violence throughout the whole first act. Him being punished by Homer. Homer actually sticking to the punishment. There's a lot of great jokes. nobody who's hey, you guys must be getting tired of this movie by now. Nobody who's seen that the itchy and scratchy movie would say that. Let's get him. And I like how it's Millhouse is teaming up with their bully Nelson to beat up Bart. And then eventually, because the punishment is because Miss Krabappel says, uh, if you instill like a good like a good work ethic in him, he could climb as high as being a Supreme Court justice. And Homer has a idiot savant knowledge of Supreme Court justices. He's like, what venerable men he would join. I know fewer Supreme Court justices than Homer for sure. It's great. And then eventually he does become a Supreme Court justice, which I guess has lost some pedigree in recent years. But still a good goal. Uh, and then they finally watch the movie. One senior citizen and one Supreme Court justice, please. That'll be $900. Oh, which one's the mouse? Itchy. Itchy's a jerk. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think he always ends up. I think he always ends up in the future. Bart always ends up as a Supreme Court justice, right? He has like he kind of chills out and he is like a wrecking ball operator. He's getting all his anger out before he goes to law school. And then I assume he goes to law school and then he gets into the Supreme Court justice. He's not impaled on Lisa's Pulitzer. He's actually, because she says ironic, impaled on my Nobel Peace Prize. It's important to try, Dota. I think it's very important to try. It's a great episode. I love
Onion.
it.
I need
Oh my
to
god.
collect the tools.
Nahilo, thank you for the prime. 17 months. My god, that's almost as old as me. They wouldn't ban a baby. You wouldn't ban a baby from your website, would you, Twitch? You wouldn't ban a baby. Um, I don't remember what this episode is called. Marge Gets a Job, maybe? A lot of these episodes have very utilitarian names. It's called Marge Gets a Job. Yeah. It's where spoiler alert, Marge gets a job. And it's at the power plant and Mr. Burns falls for her. I mean, who wouldn't though? Look at that. Look at that outfit. Mm-mm-mm. You're looking fine, girl. The episode is pretty good. Um, Everybody still blames the the guy who doesn't speak English. Uh, but it's not that memorable in my brain. Maybe because I haven't watched it recently, though. Maybe I haven't watched it recently, though. I don't think Marge has ever crumped in front of Mr. Burns. What's wrong with the April Fool's episode? It's a clip show. It's a clip show. We don't watch clip shows in this household. I'm gonna say it's perfectly cromulent and put it in the Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. I think I gotta watch it to reevaluate it a little bit. The Which episode has the duck who works at the power plant? Not Canary M. Burns. Duck power plant. Stuart Duck. Yeah, where does he's a mallard? Okay. Okay, it's in the Last Temptation of Homer. And Old Troy, Gold Troy. What's the Not an Ultron. Zootroy. Yeah, he doesn't speak English. Uh. Ooh. Okay. This is called Bart's Neighbor. New Kid on the Block. Okay, that's a great name. An older girl moves in with her single mother. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. This is not March on the Lamb. But this is when the Powells move in. No, not Powells. I forget their last name. But basically Bart falls. He has a crush on an older girl, and I mean, honestly, very relatable. Very relatable. Um, a lot of milfs that have been. Just joking, just joking. Um, but it's a good episode. I like how Bart has a crush, and his crush inevitably goes out with a bully, and his heart gets broken. What a great animation. Um, two guys from Kabul, great gag. Sometimes I think you want to fail. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Um, great episode. Great episode. I just like it. I like it. Very, very relatable. Very relatable. I don't know. I feel like when you're like 11, you definitely have had a crush on an older girl. At least I did. Um, I don't even think there was like a specific older girl. I think it's just older girls in general. Not that old, but like a few grades above you. This is the one where Jimbo cries. Yeah, jeez, kid. I was gonna kill you. So I'm gonna maim you a little. I love, yeah, Mo is like, you made one mistake, buddy. You gave up your address. I love how he knows grid coordinates as well. I don't know. No, I probably have told this story on stream, but I'll tell it again. I used to be in Army Cadets when I was like 12 for a year-ish. Um, all the guys there and the gals, most of them were very nice, but something was lacking in the brain department. There's this thing called like 4-point coordinates and 6-point coordinates. I could probably explain it to you in a minute. Uh, you have, if it's like a 4-point coordinate, you have two numbers and then two more numbers. Or sometimes it's a number and a letter, or sometimes it's two numbers and two letters. And you go east, you find the first two numbers on the grid, and then you go north, and then you find the second two numbers on the list. And that's it. That's literally it. And they had to give a lesson on that. I want to say like 3 or 4 times. And in fact, there's like a test to go to I think it was to go to Green Star, which is like the first year education level sort of thing. Like after you do a year of education. I literally attended like 3 classes by that point. And then we went to I took the test because I kind of went during like in between years. 95% of the test was about grid coordinates. And apparently enough people fail it that they have to be held back for like another year. And I'm like, I was 12 and I'm not like a genius, So I'm like, and the guy who took who I took the test with, I got it all right. He's like, wow, we got a cartographer over here, but he wasn't being sarcastic about it. And I was like, we're not. I don't know if we're sending your best. Anyways, I like this episode. I'm gonna put it into the excellent tier. All of Bart's fantasies are fun. All just it's a joyful episode. I'm sorry. I don't have anything else to say. Mr. Plow. Not that cozy, even though it has snow. But it is quite a good episode. I like Barney in it. I like how the competition that they have. I don't like how mean Barney becomes, but obviously, they set aside their differences at the end and they say even God can't keep When two friends try something, even God can't stand in the way. And then God's like, "Oh, really? You know that owl, that advice owl? Oh, really?" And then he melts all the snow. He could have done that earlier when Barney was dying, but whatever. Good episode. I like the plowing. You can kiss my asphalt. Hey, I thought there was a job for me. There was 40 minutes ago when I called. So long, Superman. Your secret identity is safe with me. And the Batman is just driving the Batmobile. The thing is sputtering. Good episode. Good episode. I'm also going to put it into excellent. Homer's Barbershop Quartet. I think if I loved the Beatles, I would like this more. But I just don't think it's that like economical of a card drive. Number 8, bruh. Number 8, bruh. No, that's true. That's true. It does have moments. It does have moments for sure. Also, um, in the Facebook community for Simpsons shitposts that I'm in, it's called a Harrison when something has been done before. So if you post a meme that somebody's already made, it's called doing a Harrison. A single plum floating in perfume served in a man's hat. Yeah. Yeah, the Yoko Ono stuff is fun. I don't really care about the Beatles. And there's another episode with the Beatles in it. I think it's actually Paul McCartney, but I don't really care for it. It's a decent episode. You were in a quartet, in a barbershop quartet. I'm surprised you don't remember. Due to television, I don't even remember what happened 8 seconds ago. No, really, it's a serious problem, and everybody's laughing, and and then Bart starts laughing. He's like, "What are we laughing about?" And Homer's like, "I don't know. Who cares?" So yeah, it has its moments. It's just not my favorites. Um, Springfield, the S is a dollar sign, and then also in brackets, or how I learned to stop worrying and love legalized gambling. And I'm pretty impressed that I remembered all those words. Uh, great episode. It's very it's zany. It's one of the zanier episodes. Monty Burns builds a casino in Springfield. It also has one of the most insane shots um of the show where everybody's rushing out after they have the referendum. You see Homer and Marge and several other townspeople coming out of the town hall, and if you pause, they'll have malformed faces and features, and it looks insane. It looks crazy. You're only now. You see, this is the thing. It's like you have like a smell. You know, like how smells are very strong memory reminders. Plot details are also very strong memory reminders. This is great. Springfield with a dollar sign for an S is really good. Could be an all-time great. It could be an all-time great. I'm not sure. Just Gambler. Uh, no, Lisa. The only monster here is Gambler. Uh, and it's time to snatch your mother from his neon claws. You're gonna murder do. What, Homer? I can't understand you. Slow down. You're gonna murder. Think before you say every word. You broke a promise to your child. Lisa. First Lisa cried, then I cried, then Maggie laughed. She's such a little trooper. Great episode. Oh, thanks, Marge. We just had a boogeyman incident. I love him waking up Bart. Bart, I don't mean to alarm you, but there may be a boogeyman or boogeyman inside the house. Ah! Just a lot of great moments. Mr. Burns also building a building a wooden model he calls the spruce moose that will take you from Canada to the Belgian Congo in 20 minutes flat. It's great. You know what? It is an all-timer. I think it is an all-timer. I'm gonna choose it. The more I'm talking about it, I'm not a state, I'm a monster. And then that's like, no, Lisa, the only monster here is Gambler. And it's time to fetch your mother from his neon claws. Great episode. Homer the Vigilante. This is the one where McCoy steals all the stuff. And then he returns it at the end and he says he's buried his treasure under the tea. And then nobody knows which tea, and then he gives them directions. And then it's like a parody of It's a Mad World, which I've never seen, but it gets parodied quite a few times.
Ah, kid, you told me that river was short. I'm gonna get you.
I can't do that voice without coffee. I like all their garb. It's just a fun episode. Thank you. I did commit to that bit at the behest of my voice. Maybe behest is not the right word. It's a great episode. Now I don't believe in nothing, man. I'm gonna go to law school. You think you can swing a sack of doorknobs? Yeah. Here's the sack. You're gonna have to provide the doorknobs. Do 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 do. That's from Dragnet, by the way. And there's also a few episodes of The Simpsons that involve Dragnet. It's a police procedural from the 60s. I never watched it, but I know and I'm sure you do too. You know the song, the tune. Do, 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 do. Anyway, Homer the Vigilante, excellent. Excellent. Exactly. Dope. Bart gets famous. Box Factory, my boy's a box. Yeah, yoink. Apparently that's where the word yoink comes from. It's from this episode. Which is insane to me. He serves as the sidekick. He accidentally says, "Wait, what did he say?" He knocks everything over. He says, "I didn't do it." I was gonna say, "Did I do that?" But that's Steve Urkel. I think they invented it. I think it either originated like I don't know because yoink is such like a word in my mind, but like I think it apparently is from this episode. Origin of yoink. Well, we're not gonna read that. Dictionary doc. Even if it does. First recorded 1990 to 95. Huh. The Simpsons. Apparently it's The Simpsons. Yeah. Well, Cromulent and Embiggen are obvious Simpsons words, but yoink is such a good one, right? Like it's just not even like it's like onomatopoeia for like an action that doesn't have a sound. That's poignant. Wow. Put that on the box. Um it's great. It's great. It's a good episode. Does it reach the heights of excellent though? I think it does. I think it does. I think it does. Is this what passes for television these days? Woozle Wazzle? Ah. Apu in The Simpsons? I think it's called Homer and Apu. Well, you're not gonna see this guy around anymore. No more Apu for you. Much Apu about nothing. Apua inconvenience on that day. So Homer gets Apu fired because of an undercover op Yeah, it's a whole thing. Apu is gone. I don't want to say because of woke, but unironically a little bit because of that. Uh Harry Shearer? No, who voiced Apu? Basically, it's a white guy doing an Indian voice. Doesn't look great. I don't know if they had to kill him though. They could have recast him. Not Camille. Uh, fuck, I forget his name. Camille. You know what I'm talking about? Camille. Nanjiani. Kumail. Not that guy. In fact, stop letting him touch your property, okay? He was fun before he was jacked, and now he's jacked, and I don't care for him at all. He can leave. Only because I don't think I just don't like him anymore. Anyway, um, Homer and Apu gets to live in their house for a bit, and then they go to the original Quickie Mart, and then they get 3 questions to ask, and then he's like, "Are you really the CEO of Quickie Mart? Really? Really? Yes." And then he's like, "Oh, well, that's it. Thank you. Come again." It's a decent episode. It does not. I don't love it. I don't love it. And I like Apu. I just don't love this episode. Yeah, he got jacked for Marvel's Eternals, which I had the displeasure of seeing in theaters. Um, my coworker fell asleep. This was for like a work outing, but I got a free beer out of it and some food. But it was a long movie and nothing really happened. And apparently nobody asked him to get jacked for it, and he was like, "I'm gonna get jacked," and people were like, "You don't have to. It's fine. We can we can goose you." And he's like, "Nope. I want to do steroids. There's no way it's not steroids, right? Like it's got to be steroids." Anyway, Homer and Apu, everything's coming up Millhouse. Ah, I want to say it's called Malibu Lisa, but I don't think so. Lisa versus Malibu Stacy. Okay. There's some great lines in this episode. It's a Lisa-centric episode. I bet some Redditors hate that. I like Lisa. Later on, she becomes more annoying, but I think for basically all of these episodes, I like her. Lisa versus Malibu Stacy. She wants to have a doll that isn't just a caricature of a woman, right? So she goes to the original creator of Malibu Stacy, and that lady is great. She is awesome. She is like, "Not now. I'm too drunk." And Lisa's like, "No, you're not." She just quietly sips some more whiskey. And Lisa's like, "I'll come back tomorrow." Her string of failed relationships, they're all like GI Joe figures. "Not now. Release me from your kung fu grip." It's great. She also says like they said that I wasn't generating enough revenue. That and I was funneling the profits to the Viet Cong. uh, they designed like a new doll for Lisa to sell, and it's like, even if we sold just one doll, it would have made all the difference. And the lady's like, "Yeah, if that girl pays $35,000 for the doll." What was that? Nothing, Lisa. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. Bart gets really upset that nobody's paying attention to him. "What about Stinkface Lisa?" "Lisa Poop Pants. Pay attention to me, guys, please." Just jumping around. It's a good episode. I like it. You know how many little girls tried to contact me? Am I the first? Yes. This is gonna be like what my retirement home is gonna look like. No, okay, Grandpa, let's go reminisce about your Simpsons again. Deep Space Homer. This is the one where Homer goes to space. Good episode. Good episode. I keep saying that at the start of every analysis slash retelling. You know what? I'm just gonna, if I don't say anything, it's just a good episode. I like it. I like Barney's descent into madness. Well, actually, ascent from madness and then subsequent descent into madness. He's he's uh he's like, I don't understand. That was non-alcoholic champagne. It begins. He goes crazy, steals a jetpack. You don't care for this one? They got ants in space. Oh no, save the queen. Who's the queen? I am. No, you're not. Homer crashes into it. Freedom. Horrible, horrible freedom. I like how this all started because Homer felt inadequate because an inanimate carbon rod was the employee of the month at the power plant. By the way, that would be a great that would be like a great gift slash like souvenir, like an inanimate carbon rod. I don't know why it's green. They're not supposed to be green. Uh, yeah, yeah. And I, for one, welcome our insect overlords. And I would like to remind them that you would need a spokesperson to speak on your behalf. Da 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 da. When Homer's eating all the chips, careful, they're ruffled. I mean, there's a lot of iconic lines at the end. Wow, you really got to see the rod up close? In Rod we trust. I think you should reevaluate if you don't like this one. Um, they also want to drop the payload off early, and they're like negative. It's a good one. I like it. I like it. And then I also love how Homer's really scared, and he calls Marge, and she's like, remember you were really you when you didn't learn how to use a touch tone. Well, maybe this is like one of those things where you're gonna regret it later in life. And then Homer just like starts like dialing, and Marge is just like, Homer, you already made the phone call. It's like, oh right. Lisa has a poem about her father. She it's like to the stars ascend. I want to find the poem. Lisa's. How doth the hero strong and brave a celestial path in the heavens pave? And it was like, hmm? And he's like, go, dad, go. It's great. It's great. It's a good episode. It's an excellent episode, even. Um, I forget the name. I love Ned Flanders. Homer. I love Ned Flanders. Homer loves Flanders. Very close. Very close. Homer loves Flanders. Homer gets way too close to the Flanderses, including against the protests of uh, of Flanders and his family. There's a lot of really iconic imagery in this episode. Um, Homer crawling into the window. Uh, uh, yeah, we still got quite a bit. Yeah, Homer crawling in. Homer disappearing into the bushes is also from this episode, by the way. Is insane. And also, Homer chasing Flanders is also from this episode. So there's like that's three insanely iconic scenes, all from this episode. So it's a good one, except I can't actually tell you what happened. Homer loves. Oh, we're on season 5 already? That was quick. That was quick. That was only 3 hours. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I remember, yeah, basically Ned gets maligned, but Homer like says that there would be no need for heaven if everybody was like Ned Flanders. There would be no need for heaven because we'd be already be there. Because everybody just like loves Homer, and Ned doesn't like it. And I kind of like that because I think they definitely I mean, obviously, the term Flanderization comes from Ned Flanders, but in the earlier seasons, you can definitely see like the fact that Flanders is like a real person, especially in season one and season two, like Dead Putting Society. He is a lot more like he's a moral religious man, but also he kind of does like rubbing it in Homer's face that he's better. Like he does view himself as Homer's better. And you kind of see shades of this here because he gets so upset that Homer gets like treated, not treated, like it feels that Homer gets perceived, I guess, more for all the stuff that Flanders already does, right? Like going to the soup kitchen. Flanders volunteered there for years, but Homer just wanted to get it over with, so he did it really quickly, and he got the recognition that Flanders not necessarily wanted, but like felt like he was being looked past. Or at church, Homer was like like he keeps the bristles on his mustache make a wheezing sound, and Ned gets annoyed by it, and he says that he's annoying. I don't know. It's a good episode. I like it. Macho Nacho Man. I wanna be a Nacho Man. Bart gets an elephant. Uh, I want my elephant. I want my elephant. Give me my elephant. Hey, they're playing the elephant song again. Give me my elephant. I love Stampy. I love the ivory dealer. His name's Blackheart, for God's sake. I love how Homer gives the keys to the elephant, and he's like, he's like, elephants don't come with keys. I'll just keep these then. I love Stampy just being a jerk. I love Lisa saying, "Oh, here you go, Stampy. You're gonna have to stretch it out. This is all the only food we have for a week." And he eats everything in one bite. And Lisa dejectedly says, "You ate it too fast." I love when they go to the arboretum and he strips literally every tree of leaves, and the attendant like looks on, extremely tired. And Homer's like, "Are there any other arboretums near here?" And the guy like angrily says, "No." And then a bird lands on Stampy and it's cleaning him. And then Homer's like, "Oh my God, that bird is killing the elephant." "No, Dad, it's grooming him." Grooming, eh? And then then cuts to the scene of Homer sitting at the couch, and there's a bird playing with his two strands of hair. And then Marge comes in and says, "Homer, there's a bird on your head." And Homer very smugly says, "I know, he's grooming me." Oh, it's such, you know what? I love this episode. I love when Homer is like he chains down the elephant, and he, all these other moments are coming to my brain as I'm saying this, making me think that's my favorite moment too. And he's like, "Dad, it's cruel to chain down the elephant." "Oh, it's cruel when I chain down the elephant. It's cruel when I yell in his ear. It's cruel to pull on this tail. Well, excuse me, but I guess I'm just cruel." And then Stampy just like puts him in his mouth. Ah, okay. You know what? This is an I choo choo choose you. Now that I've actually kind of went through it mentally, it's a great episode. It's so good. It's really, really good. Is the stream going until you're done? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I know the Super Bowl is starting at some point, but I don't partake and I never inhale. I think we're almost halfway done. um, but it'll be easier because I don't like some episodes later, so it'll be easier to just rank them poorer. This one, I don't remember the name of it, but it's when I think it's called Burns Air. I don't really care about Burns Air. I think there's some pretty funny gags in it, but on the whole, I don't love it. like I don't like Bart being estranged and separated from his family. I think it's really funny that they knew that there were actors portraying them because like they keep shadowing them at work and stuff. And I also think at one point, I think at the end there's like a gag where the Eastern European fellow who's pretending to be Lisa is still pretending to be Lisa so that he could stay in the country. But on the whole, I think the episode it just doesn't have enough zhuzh. Like it's not bad, but it's just not my favorite. It's not a skip either though. Maybe I'll have to reevaluate it, but for now I'm putting it in everything's coming up Millhouse. Oh, okay. If there's any kids at home, please cover their ears. Also, in this picture, Seymour looks so short, right? Like it looks like they forgot to add knees. He looks like this just looks like the top half of his like legs, and then they're like, oh, it's like a guy standing on his knees and putting like his shoes there. Just a weirdly drawn frame. Anyway, this episode is called Seymour Skinner's Badass Song. It's when he gets suspended from school and Ned gets put in charge as principal. And so Bart becomes like they become friends basically. Uh, and I like it a lot. I like when they go to Salvatore's. Hey, Salvatore, get a bowl of the red crap for the ugly kid. Mr. Kukalaza and a little boy. Just a lot of good moments, and I just like the friendship that they kind of form. I think also in this episode he rejoins the army and he realizes that he's like everybody's like drunk and crazy, and he's like, "This is not how I remember the army." No, wait, it's exactly how I remember the army. And then he quits, and then he has to take a pass at his commanding officer. Because I think this was like during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So he's like done and done, and I mean done. It's a good episode overall. I like it. I like it. It's excellent. Excellent. Cape Fear. Cape Fear. Yelnats, do you hate me? I don't know. I don't know. Connor O'Malley. Connor O'Malley's in chat. Um, I I am pretty sure that's not Connor O'Malley. I think it's that guy from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. But no, I don't hate you. I don't hate you, damn writer. But what you know what I love? I think I love Cape Fear. I think Cape Fear is a great, great, great Simpsons episode. It has some of the most classic lines where when they're trying to change Homer's name to Mr. Thompson. Okay, when I stamp your foot like this and I say hello, Mr. Thompson, you say hello. Hello, Mr. Thompson. I think he's talking to you. They have like a new intro in the middle of the episode. The Thompsons. They live on a riverboat for some reason. The best thing about a riverboat is that you get to pick your neighbors and everybody just skedaddles right away. They have like that 30-second gag of Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes, which is just so good. It was there to pad out the time, but it does like this really funny thing where it's funny and then it gets too much, and then it gets so much that it becomes funny again. I love the gag where Bart is trying to escape the boat, so he runs to one end and there's electric eels. Then he runs to the other one. Then there's like alligators, so he runs to the first end, and then there's electric eels again. And he's like, "Oh right." It's such a good gag. um, Seeing all of HMS Pinafore, that's fun. It's a bit decadent, but it's fun. It's a good episode. It's a really good episode. I'm going to kill you. I think that's the one where Bart gets the threats in blood and Sideshow Bob passes out because he writes all his notes, not just the ones to Bart in blood. That's like a great assertion of your expectations. Overall, excellent episode. Excellent episode. I would put it in I Choo Choo Choose You, except I gotta rewatch it and see if I love it on the same level as the other episodes. The Boy Who Knew Too Much. So, I just keep looking at Abe in this picture. It looks so funny. It's distracting me. It looks like a Bort. Like it looks like an edit, right? Just looks really funny. I think it's because of the straightness of his mouth, maybe. Anyway, um, The Boy Who Knew Too Much. Great episode. It's when Bart chooses to skip school and then he witnesses the Clouseau type waiter get basically not beat up because he thinks he was beat. Everybody thinks Mayor Quimby's nephew beat him up, but actually he was just very clumsy. And he's afraid to speak up because he'll get detention for skipping school. And I think this is also the episode where he fakes the note and he says, "Please excuse my handwriting. I've busted whichever hand I used to write with." It's just such a great line to write as a kid, and then it's Edna giving it to Principal Skinner, and the Principal Skinner's like, "You did a good job telling me this does look like a forgery." And then him and groundskeeper Willie, I think, try to interrogate Lisa, but they forget who's the good cop and who's the bad cop. And Lisa's just like snickering about it. It's like, hee, you forgot which one's which. You switched 3 minutes ago. Uh, Mayor Quimby's nephew is saying, I'll kill you. I'll kill you all, especially those in the jury. Just unprompted is great. Well, actually, it's because he couldn't pronounce chowder. Chowder, chowder. Say it right, Frenchie. It's a good episode. Good episode. They just reopened the case for no reason because there's new evidence that Bart wants to present. Reopening the case at this late into the trial is highly unconstitutional and perhaps illegal, but I just can't say no to children. Ah, I knew you'd slip up sooner or later. Slip up? What do you mean? He just admitted it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do an Apu voice, but not doing the Apu voice, so I don't even know what I should do to delineate when Apu is talking. Maybe I should ask former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau what would be a good way to to display that I'm doing an Apu voice. Anyway, The Boy Who Knew Too Much is an excellent for me. This is really like the best, genuinely the best section of The Simpsons. I love it. Okay, so this episode I don't remember the name of, and quite frankly, Lady Bouvier's lover. It's about old people. It's just hard to care. It's not bad, but it's just like, oh, Abe is trying to get into the pants of Lady Bouvier. There's a few funny scenes where like Maggie doesn't get along with other babies, and there's the unibrow baby, and they're like eyeing each other with like deathly hatred. But Maggie's always like amazing. It's her birthday as well, so happy birthday, Maggie. But the old people listing all the ways to fix Maggie is pretty funny. But overall, I would say like it's not up there for me. I don't love it. I don't love it. Secrets to a Successful Marriage. Homer gets a job teaching because he feels like everybody else is teaching. which is kind of like a weird conceit, but whatever. That's fine. But then the way that he keeps everybody in class is he's telling secrets about his marriage. And there's a really funny gag. It's like you know, a marriage is a lot like a good it's like peeling an orange. And then he's trying to make up an analogy about it. It's like, you're just thinking about what you're eating. And then there's a different class called orange peeling class. And I think Mole Man is teaching it. He's like, peeling an orange is a lot like a good marriage. And somebody in the back row yells, just peel the damn orange. That's a good gag. Mo trying to sneak in and get in with Marge, even though she does not like him at all. Um, as is revealed in Bart on Ice, or no, Lisa on Ice. One of them is on ice. They're both on ice. Just the episode is just one of them on ice. Uh, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good episode. Homer living in the treehouse, and he has a topiary bush that he cut he cut around and put on a little Marge face, and he's like, and he sees Lisa like, say hi to your new mother for me. It's just deranged. It's a good episode. It's a good episode. But I'm gonna put it in the Everything's Coming Up Millhouse just because it doesn't, it only fondles greatness. It does not stroke it. However, Homer Goes to College. That is a episode that grasps greatness greatly. It is really fun. He causes a nuclear meltdown on a practice reactor somehow, and then he does it again. So he gets sent to college. Just the scenes preceding it about how he's not gonna get in, and all the college deans like, well, Mr. Burns, if you wanted him in that badly, why don't you just say so? And Mr. Burns is trying to bash the guy's head in with like a baseball bat that he can barely lift, and he just all he could do is muster up like a little tap on his head. And he has like this huge gargantuan gargoyle chair in the middle of the at the end table of like the dean's meeting. Uh, what are we gonna do? Party down? Yes. And it's a freeze frame. Now Homer, I've never had to expel anybody, but that pig had some pretty powerful friends.
You'll pay for this.
Good episode. Good episode. Oh no, I'm thinking about a different episode that we already did, where Homer didn't graduate, where they're burning the donut, and he says the blue flame says that this donut was particularly sugary, and Homer's like, "This can't be happening. This can't be happening." And they just mix those up because they're both in a classroom environment. Um. Oh, as I say, there's no new. No, what does he say? Get on with the nucleus. And he drops his notes and he's like, Homer just like starts laughing at the professor dropping his notes. That'd be so funny if you did that in a real like classroom. You just start laughing when the professor drops their notes. Anyway, excellente. Great episode. I love it. This is the, I know what episode this is, I just don't remember the name. It's about basically Mr. Burns' Rosebud. I like it. I like it because Maggie is a featured character, but I don't love it because I don't want Mr. Burns to be happy. And I want the Simpsons to get some money. Maggie just gave it to him. Boo Boo is the name of the doll. Maggie gives Boo Boo to Mr. Burns because he looks sad just just for no reason. I mean, because she's the best. Maggie's the best. That's it. That's why she does it. and everybody tries to steal Boo Boo from her, and she cries, and then they give it back. Would or wouldn't Mr. Burns? I think he'd die. I don't even think that I'm like so powerful. I just think he would die. He has like every disease known to man, and they're all just competing against each other, and that's what gives him life. His average BPM is 1. I think he would just die. Hello, feline poop. um, well, maybe I am wrong on that. Maybe I am wrong on that. Yeah, it's a good episode, but it doesn't. I just don't want Mr. Burns to be happy. I think that's my problem with this episode. So I kind of want to just put it into the everything's coming up Millhouse category more than I do. It doesn't strike excellence as strongly. I also like the future scene where Smithers is like a dog and Mr. Burns is like in a android suit is fun, but kind of fantastical, right? I do like Mr. Burns' backstory being exactly like Citizen Kane. And blah 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 blah. The sun shines brightly on my old Kentucky home. Blah 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 blah. This is a good napping stream, I hope. It should because I'm explaining the episodes, your brain should be able to imagine them. Should be able to like bring them to life. It's like you're watching The Simpsons. Treehouse of Horror 4, I think we're at. No, we're 5. We're already on 5, huh? Treehouse of Horror 5. The Theater of the Mind. Um, no, we're not. What? No, we're on 4. Why did I think we're on 5? Whoops a doops. Treehouse of Horror 4. The Devil and Homer Simpson. Ned Flanders is a devil, which I think is actually like a great characterization that that he is the devil. I think it's like a fun. It's not like even a subversion of tropes. By the way, if you want to see how like a 5-year-old would describe their favorite Star Wars, go to r/top character tropes. Anything, basically 95% of the tropes are like, I like it when like the bad guy is actually like a bad guy for like a good reason, but like it doesn't justify why he's a bad guy. And then they give an example, and it's like 2 examples from anime. It's always anime. There's some good posts there, but 95% of them are like a little kid describing what they like about like the media they consume. It's kind of cute, but it's like you also realize that these are like 25-year-olds writing it. I like when they made Ned Flanders into the devil because like it's so funny because he's a pious Christian. Pious is maybe a bit too big of a word for a little kid. A good Christian. Anyway, this is the one where he wishes for a donut, and if he eats the donut, he'll go to hell because he sold his soul, but actually Mara Jones' soul, which is cute. Terror at 5.5 feet. That's the one with the little gremlin. Basically a parody of I think it's a Twilight Zone episode. For some reason I thought it might be a book, but it wouldn't be a very good book, I don't think. But it's good. I really like it. There's like a gremlin. Auto Man, there's a gremlin on the side. Oh, don't worry, Bart dude. It's Mole Man driving in a gremlin and he just bumps him off the road. Mole Man goes off, veers off, hits a tree and explodes. Things just exploding for no reason. Great gag. Always works. It's always funny. And then Bart Simpson's Dracula. We have to kill the head vampire. But I thought we did kill the head vampire. Dad, you're the head vampire? No, it's me. I'm the head vampire. Ah! It's a good episode. Um, do I dare live out every employee's wish? And then he strikes a stake through Mr. Burns. And then Lisa's like, Dad, that's not his heart. And it's like, oh, whoops. And he takes it out of his penis, puts it in the heart. He dies. He turns into like worms and goo. And then Homer's like, woohoo. And then he's like, you're fired. And he turns back into worms and goo. Great episode. Great episode. I like it. It's excellent. A lot of them are. A lot of the Treehouse of Horrors are very good. But that's just my bias. Although I guess you could say these are all my bias. There's nothing really objective about any of this. And why would you want an objective analysis of comedy? What are you, stupid? Marge on the Lam. This is where Marge becomes friends. I think it is Ruth Powers, her neighbor on the left. By the way, nobody asked, but everybody thinks that 742 Evergreen Terrace is the address of The Simpsons, but it's not always. There's a few episodes that it's different. Like 742 Evergreen Terrace shows up in like a Cops parody, and that's where Snake is operating out of. There's another episode where it's I think we already did this one. It's where Ruth Powers originally moves in, and I think Bart says that he lives at 1182 Evergreen Terrace. I think there's a third episode where it's like 336 Evergreen Terrace. My point is 742 is not like it's the most canonically used address, but maybe things got jimmied around when they had to move the whole town of Springfield. Maybe. Some are 4'2". Well, no, that's a later episode. Marge on the Lam. It's a fun episode. My cans, my precious antique cans. Lionel Hutz, aka Nguyen Von Doc, aka Miguel Sanchez, babysitting them. Hey, get away from my stuff. Wait a minute, this isn't the Y. Homer feeling left out because Marge is gonna go on a girls' night out. And he's like, "What about the kids?" And all the kids are like, "Have fun, mom. Slay it out there." He's like, "Well, I'm not gonna let Marge have all the fun." And then Bart's like, "Why don't we just put your curlers in your hair and have a girls' night in, Homina?" And then Homer's like, "Oh, lovely." No. So instead he goes out with he doesn't go out with Chief Wiggum, but he meets up with him, who has his own illegal still that he makes moonshine out of. And I remember so they go out. I love how the geography of Springfield. They have like a mountain, they have a gorge, they have like an observatory, they have a huge museum, they have like a downtown area with a vibrant amount of culture. They also have like a Badlands, like like it looks like Utah out there. It's really cool. They also have a desert. It's every geography ever needed. And when they're being chased through the Badlands, it's so fun. We're directly under the sun's. We're directly under the sun now. They do like an APB of Marge, and Homer imagines what she'd look like, and she's like this ugly freak with like green hair and I mean blue hair, and then they hit a speed bump, and then it all rejumbles into her. And also the inciting incident is that Homer was gonna go to the ballet. He imagines what the ballet is, and it's like a little bear in like a trolley, riding it. It's like doo, 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 doo. Marge, I enjoy all the meats of our cultural stew. And then later, he's gonna go, but he realized what the ballet is. But so he says, "Oh, I gotta go to the ballet." And Lenny laughs and he says, "Huh, gonna go see the bear in the little car, huh?" So it's just so funny that they both have the exact same conception of ballet is. But then he gets his hand stuck in vending machines, and it's like, Homer, this is never easy to say, but we're gonna have to saw your arms off. They're gonna grow back, right? Yeah, sure. Wait, Homer, are you just holding on to the cans? Your point being, Marge, I know you didn't believe me when I said that my hands were stuck in vending machines, so I got the firefighters to write me a note. Dear Mrs. Simpson, while we were saving your husband, a lumber mill burnt down. Aw, lumber has a million uses. The more I'm reminiscing, the more I'm enjoying the episode. I was gonna actually put it into the Everything's Coming Up Millhouse, but I'm actually gonna put it into Excellent. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the episode I'm replaying in my head. Hmm. Bart's inner child. They should have called it Rudiger's inner child. By the way, adjusting your self-stat, which is the starting screen on the stream, is from this episode. There's like basically a self-help scam artist who comes to town, and he basically says that Bart has a fully grown ego or something like that. And everybody says does whatever they feel like. There's a few good jokes in there though. It's like our first annual "Do What You Feel Like" day will be this Thursday, and we'll be replacing the tradition of um, "Do What We Say," which was established by German settlers in 1946. And it's just like a picture of like an SS troop blowing a balloon. Uh, so there are good moments in it, but I don't love this episode. I'm gonna just put it into Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. I think I just don't like the scam artist who's just preying on people. I know it's not real. Don't tell me it's not real. I just don't like. It's iffy, you know. It's iffy. Uh, but you just. I guess I'm just enabling my own life script. All right. Boy Scouts in the Hood. After a bender of drinking just the serum part of a squishy, Bart joins the Boy Scouts, and he kind of doesn't care for it, but he wants to stay in it because then you get an army knife. And I kind of get that. As a kid, I always thought like the Swiss Army knives were so freaking cool. They were awesome, right? I always wanted one as a kid. And then when I got one, it was the happiest day of my life. Dad, what's the point of this story? I like stories. They are cool. I barely ever got to use it because like you don't really need a knife in your everyday life that is that small and portable, you know? Like it's just not that useful. I like when the bullies are always they're playing keep away with his campers pampers, and Bart's like, I don't care. It's like, hey, you better start pretending to care. We're gonna beat you up. And they're going, keep away, keep away. He's like, oh no, woe is me. Give it back. I got one at about age 10 to use for whittling and almost immediately sliced my index finger down to the palm. Yeah, 10-year-olds are kind of really stupid with knives, right? Especially whittling. I feel like whittling is like an activity that is just prone to slicing your hands. I remember a guy in my middle school had like he had to have like his whole like palm bandaged because he accidentally cut it while he was whittling a soap. And I'm like, what? He was too like he wouldn't tell anybody what happened, except eventually he broke it down and like explained that he was like trying to carve soap and he cut into his hand. And yeah, we made fun of him for a little bit. Sorry about that, Aiden. Boy Scouts in the Hood is pretty good. I do like how they all gets. Oh, well, this is the origin of sugar posting. Sugar, sugar, do 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 do. Oh, honey, honey. If you're in the right Facebook groups, you should be getting. I mean, I think sugar posts are out of style right now, but give it a few months. I think they might have a bit of a resurgence. Might have a little bit of a resurgence. Yeah. Good, 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 but not excellent for me. Last Temptation of Homer Simpson. This is another episode that I don't like too much, and I think it's better than the Laureline one because the Laureline one starts with Homer having a big fight with Marge and then basically like accidentally hitting on a waitress who's good at singing. Um, Last Temptation of Homer is more innocuous, but I still don't like it. What's the B plot of that though? Michelle Pfeiffer. Wow. Thinking sexy thoughts, thinking sexy thoughts. Oh yeah, okay, I remember now because I skipped this episode a lot. I forgot that Bart goes to the podiatrist and the eye doctor and all that. Like, thank you, doctor, medicine lady. And then he has like super thick glasses and he sees his reflection in Millhouse's and like, oh my god, I'm a nerd. And Millhouse sees his reflection, he goes, oh my god, so am I. But you know, Homer is never, he is tempted and then he chooses to have Marge, which is a nice ending. There are quite a few funny jokes. It's a bit too laden with like double innuendo at times, and the double innuendo not being that funny. But him getting off at off the elevator in the cooling tower, by the way. Cooling towers don't have elevators, just as an FYI. And they just sliding all the way down is pretty funny. I wouldn't say I dislike it, but I'm gonna put it in the everything's coming up Millhouse. I like it more than the Laureline episode though, just because I don't like Laureline. This is the Rear Window parody, but I don't remember what it's called. Oh, Bart of Darkness. Bart of Darkness. It was a great episode. It starts with a pool. Tis a fine barn, but tis no pool. English. Doeth. Um, what else? Got a lot of good stuff in there. They got the pool, mill pool. Martin singing "Summer Wind" by Frank Sinatra at the end is my favorite rendition of the song. When you know his pool collapses and everybody leaves and he's just trouserless. The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It's a great episode all around. Bart convinced that Ned murdered his wife. Lisa helping him out. Bart's insane, insane writing. I was like, okay, okay, well, just listen to this. Uh, you'll just listen to my stories. Kippers for breakfast. Uh, said Aunt Helga. Is it Saint Swithin's Day already? Tis, said Aunt Helga. All right, I'll go. Just a great episode. Honestly, maybe even an excellent episode. I could reminisce even harder about it. I just really like it. It's also a bit cozy. I don't know how to describe why it's cozy. I think it's just nice. Like it's like a bottle episode for Bart. You don't even need a bottle episode in animation. You could just change the scenery, you know? But it's just kind of fun. Like I always like the idea of being like the ground control, I guess. Like the guy in the tower, you know? Uh Like when you're playing Lethal Company, being the guy in the hot seat and like watching everybody and like walkie-talkieing to them, telling them where to find loot and when there's monsters. Like I just always I find that cozy. I don't know why, but I do like it. Abe Simpson versus in not infidelity. What's it called? Grandpa versus sexual inadequacy. This is the one where Homer and Marge can't have sex good, and then Grandpa Simpson makes a concoction that makes them horny, basically. That is kind of the premise of it, isn't it? Huh? Although I do love the kids are trying to figure out why their parents are so preoccupied at home, and they have a conspiracy theory about how it's like the reverse vampires with the government, with the secret government cabal have been like kidnapping their parents or something like that. I also love the little scene where Millhouse's parents, Kirk, what a stupid name, Kirk Van Houten. He gets Millhouse a pup tent, and Millhouse goes, "Oh boy, I can sleep out of the yard," and he goes, "Yeah, every night." And Luann and Kirk are getting it on. They close the windows, and and little Millhouse is just bobbing its head, really excited. It's very cute. And then also, Abe admits that Homer was a mistake, which is not very nice, obviously. Homer gets upset at him, but then eventually they come back. There's a scene too where he says that they had to foreclose, like the bank foreclosed in the house because the cow's milk went sour. Something must have spooked them mighty hard. And like just that line by itself, outside of the context of it being in The Simpsons, is really scary to me. Like it genuinely gives me goosebumps to think about that. Like it's just I don't know why. It's a scary thought, right? Like something scaring the cows so much that like it soured their milk. By the way, as an aside, I had an idea. If chat, and anybody watching, obviously, remember those scary stories to tell in the dark? It was like a trilogy of books. It had like the most horrific, ghastly like art style. It was probably the scariest thing I've ever read as a kid, and it gave me nightmares. But now I'm a full-grown adult. I was wondering if it would be fun to have like a story time reading of those. Just an idea. Could save it for Halloween. Could do it sooner too. I just need to get a copy of all of them. But just a cool idea I had. Uh, anyway, at the end of this episode, they reconcile, and because they're both idiots, basically, they both burn down the house that they used to go. And it's cute because Homer's like, what a father. He wasn't even there at the time I met Santa Claus. They're like, wait a minute. That was dad. He just now realizes that Santa Claus was actually his father. It's a good episode. It's a good episode. I'll put it into everything's coming up Millhouse. You know what? I'm gonna bump down Last Temptation too. I was saying Boo Earns. I'm gonna bump it down. I'm sorry. I think I gots to get my bumps on. Fear of Flying, a Marge centric episode. We don't have too many of those, but I like them. In fact, there's some TV shows like Bob's Burgers where I don't want a specific character centric episode. I will say with The Simpsons, I don't feel that way at all. I like all the characters equally. There's not enough Maggie centric episodes, but that's obviously because she's a baby. She doesn't have that much agency. But yeah, Bart centric, Lisa centric, Homer, Marge, they're all good. They're all good. Uh, you're gonna make Crazy Clown Airlines a laughing stock. I told you I'm not a pilot, and I told you you flyboys crack me up. Uh, we're gonna need that if we want to live. As a change of pace, how about you fly the airplane this time, and I'll just watch. Uh, honey, this is what a cornfield looks like. And then they go, ah! Just a good episode. Lowenstein. Lowenstein. My name is Zweig. Lowenstein. That's just a carp swimming around your legs. Fear of flying. Yeah, no, it's really good. Wow, you could say my father was an American hero. Let's not go nuts. I love the character of the therapist, and I love also Marge's all her like problems with like airplanes and flying. Yes, yes, it's a rich tapestry. Good episode. Also a good Star Trek episode. Fear of Flying, it's excellent. Excellent. I love how also Marge gets she's watching that movie Alive. And she's like, thanks, no thanks to the airplane, we're all alive. See, Dad, she's really starting to crack. No, she's fine. And then it looks like she was sitting on the couch, but then you see a different point of view, and she's just like sitting in the middle of the room, like just super tense in a sitting position in the air. It's a great reveal. Ah, Homer the Great. Homer the Great. Who controls the British crown? Who keeps the matrix system down? We do. We do. Who controls the British crown? Who keeps Martians under wrap? You know what I'm talking about. Homer the Great. Great episode. I love the little pledge that he has to do to join. He's like, where I must like what is the pledge? He has to be plucked but all but three hairs, and he has to like get fat. And then I think Bo was like, should he have to do a different pledge? Everybody gets the same pledge. But he's already a little chubby. Just him complaining in the background is always funny to me. It's it has one of my favorite jokes in the show where because of Homer's mismanagement and not wanting everybody to just get drunk, because that's basically what it is. It's basically a frat, right? He basically Marge is trying to console him that he's part of the Simpsons clan, and only two members have very special rings. And Lisa and Bart very excitedly pull out like these little rings, and they go, "Yeah!" And they go, "Mhm." It makes like just like the most fun sound. It's such a little kid thing to do. Just how excited they are. And then Mario's like, no, no, our wedding rings. And then he just go, ooh. uh very, very good. Very good. We do. Excellent. It could be an all-timer, except I'm going to stock Lenny and Carl. Oh, maybe it is an all-timer. Hmm. You don't have your stonecutter cronies at home, and then Bart's like wheeling wheeling Lisa away. The Ides of Beware the Ides of Marge. The Ides of March. Freudian slip. What? Power is fleeting. No, Dad. I'm kind of convincing myself it could be an all-timer. Hmm. Maybe I don't want to though, because and Maggie Makes Three is coming up. Um, it starts with them looking at the photo album because they're not allowed to watch the television. It's so funny actually. Even the intro is so good. Homer's trying to run down the egg timer of family time. Homer, and he's still holding the egg timer, and he goes, "It was Bart." They're opening the family album, and then it's like, wow, remember this? Night Boat. Wow. Because they have pictures of the TV, and look, we put the TV beside the mirror. It's like we had two TVs. Oh. And Marge's like, yeah, night boat. Oh, look, here's some baby pictures. Oh, here's Bart sleeping. Here he is napping. Here he is snoozing. Here's Bart after a visit from the Sandman. Oh, what a great episode! And he's like, aren't there any pictures of Maggie? And he starts he tells a story about how basically Maggie was going to be born. And it's very funny. He works at the bowling alley. Hey Homer, good job knocking up your wife. This is getting very abstract, but thanks. I do love my job at the bowling alley. I'm not gonna say the whole episode because I think every moment is great, and I think this is definitely gonna be like an all-time great. Plus, like the at the end where he metamorphizes the do it you're here forever. Don't forget you're here forever, and to do it for her. It's just very cute. Plus, I'm pretty sure Maggie is Homer's favorite. Oh, look at her. She's also my favorite, but she's also Homer's favorite. Maybe. I think so. I think she probably is. Aw. He never strangles Maggie, so so that puts Bart a little bit behind. But yeah, I think Homer loves Maggie, although he does kind of forget that she exists and stuff. Margaret, who the hell is Margaret? Your daughter Maggie? Oh, I got nothing against Maggie. Bart's Comet. Bart's Comet introduces like 7 different side characters who get a name, who I kind of hate. There's Database. There's they're so forgettable because they're all just such freaking nerds, or as they call themselves, super friends. That I don't even remember their names. Sure, one of them is called like Calculus or something. Bunch of freaking nerds. It's a great episode because Homer predicts that the comet will burn up to nothing, to something no bigger than the size of a chihuahua's head. And look at that. It's exactly what happens. They just have a chihuahua there just to just to show that. Look at their heads, by the way. Carl, Maud, and Apu, they look so weird. You ever see front-facing Simpsons heads? They all look insanely weird. They're just they're just not meant to be looked at straight on. You're not supposed to. It's like an Eldritch horror. You're not supposed to perceive it entirely. Oh my god. Pentagon, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift. Are you really from Kazakhstan? I am really from Kazakhstan. Yeah, thank you. Holy. It's a good episode. It's a good episode. Is it an all-time great? When they're on the roof and Homer is describing what goes on, like, well, they're up there twiddling their thumbs. Dad, we'll be over here. I love how they have a missile defense system and then they accidentally bomb the only bridge out of town, which, like, why is the geography of The Simpsons? They just make shit up. It shouldn't be like that, right? Like, the geography should have just changed to be entirely different. Now there's only one bridge out of Springfield. It's crazy. It's crazy, right? And then it's a fun episode. The shelter is being the only thing that collapses. Everybody guessing the name of the animal. Kicking out Ned from his own shelter. It's a strong episode. Is it an all-timer? It's a contender, but I'm just gonna put it in excellent for now because it is really good. The more I described it, the more I remembered I liked it a lot. Good episode. Homie the Clown.
Homie, 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 homie the clown.
Homer wants to be the clown. By the way, never mind. Never mind. I'll keep it to myself. Homer the clown. I love how he just gets influenced by a billboard to become a clown. He really gets influenced by it. And he does a pretty good job. There's a great gag when he drives to Millhouse's and he crashes the car, and there's like a 3 second delay, and then he flies out out of the car, and it's just so funny. And he's just like he's trying to be crusty, but he's not being crusty at all. And here's a little tidbit of information for y'all. Krusty and Homer originally were supposed to be the same character. Like Krusty was supposed to be Homer's alter ego, and it was supposed to be like the dichotomy of how much Homer, like Bart hates Homer. Well, doesn't hate, but you know what I mean. Doesn't respect him at all, and how much he loves Krusty. But then it just kind of made no sense to keep with it, so they don't do it. Homie the Clown, though, really strong, but no, I think it's also excellent. Uh, I'm actually Benedict Arnold, the same Benedict Arnold who surrendered the fortress to the hated French. No, no, I'm Barney Gumble, the same Barney Gumble who took pictures of my sister. Yeah, yeah, no, maybe it's strong. Plus, one of the maybe even the best joke in the series is uttered in this episode. I'm seeing double. 4 Krusties. It's so good. It's like one of the best misdirect jokes of all time. It's really, really, really good. You go to the excellent pile. Excellente. Bart versus Australia. A bit of stunt casting here. I think they just went to Australia because they wanted to like spice up the series. Like I think it was just a tax write-off for all of the cast to get to go to Australia and just film on location. I don't think it was really necessary for the plot of the episode. $900 reduce. Tobias. It was the sewage commissioner from Springfield. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to my. I can't do an Australian accent. I'm gonna go talk to my local congressman. Eddie, I have a complaint. This is outrageous, it is. I'm gonna go see the Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister! Oi, Mr. Prime Minister! Eddie! What's the good word, lads? Um, I'm remembering the scene where they have to abandon the embassy, and then the two soldiers fold up the flag, and then they have to eat it, and it cuts just before they're about to the Lady and the Trampet, if you will. It's very strong showing. Mr. Simpson, please. Disparaging the boot is a bootable offense. Why? They're called bullfrogs. I'd have called them chazwazzas. But is it just everything's coming up Millhouse, or is it excellent? I feel like I'm maybe over flooding the excellence. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's still good. It's still good. This one I forget the name of. Homer versus Patty and Selma. Homer, is this no correct? Are we in some sort of fiduciary trouble? I think Homer does something stupid. I kind of forget this episode a little bit. Oh, right, he invests he invests in pumpkin futures. I told you gotta sell your futures before Halloween, before. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he chauffeurs. Chauffeurs. Chaffiers? Chauffeurs? Chauffeurs? What do you call it when you the act of chauffeuring? Chauffeur chauffeur chauff driving people around. Mel Brooks is in it, right? I remember that. Hmm. Oh yes, I remember now. Bart learns ballet. That's the secret subplot. The secret subplot, the B plot. But the A plot, he has to borrow money for Patty and Selma, and they make him grovel and like talk like a dog. And they basically abuse him. And then eventually he has to go to the DMV for his chauffeuring license. And they're gonna like fail him for fun, but he sees but they start smoking and they're about to have a promotion, and the manager comes in and is like, ladies, I know you're not lighting up in a government building. I hope this won't cost you your promotion. And Homer grabs them both and he starts smoking them. Like, oh, these are mine. Like, both cigarettes? Oh no, he's like, these are mine. I'm in flavor country. And the supervisor's like, both cigarettes? And he's like, it's a big country. And she says, oh, ladies, I apologize. And you, sir, you're worse than Hitler. And Marge's like, see, this is what I keep trying to tell you guys about Homer. He's like really nice. But yeah, basically, you know, it's a good episode, but it's not great. It's not great. It's not great. A Star is Burns. The Critic. It's weird to have a crossover episode, right? This is the second time the Critic appears, or the first time if you don't have access to the banned episode. It's good. It's not like man getting hit in the groin by a football good, but it's quite good. It's quite good. I think the thing that, for me at least, yeah, no, I didn't actually have a thought at the end of this staircase sentence. I thought would come to mind. I really love all the movies that they have, the home movies. There's a later season episode where Ned makes like super, he basically becomes Mel Gibson. He makes super religious, super gory, like Passion of the Christ type movies, but I don't remember it because it's in a later season. But in this one, I think he tries to make a Christian movie, and Rod is in a little wicker basket, and he sails down river, and he goes, Flanders to God, come down from heaven and save our Todd. I guess it was Todd, or maybe it was Rod. Both rhyme, and God strikes down a tree to stop him from floating away. Uh, I do love Barney's movie. Don't cry for me. I'm already dead. It's it really is cinema. It really is cinema. Wow, this man has the heart of a poet. Thank you. That's very thank you. That's very kind. Ugh, did something crawl up your throat and die? It didn't die. And Homer does redeem himself as being a judge. But I don't like the critic stuff. Like, it's very clearly a crossover episode. I do love at the end though, where he's like leaving, and then he's like, maybe you guys will come on to my show, and Bart's like, nah, we're not doing that. Always made me laugh. I'm gonna put it in Everything's Coming Up Millhouse just because it has strong points, but the critic stuff, which takes up about half of it, it's kind of weak. Future episode. First of several. Running gags there are that Maggie still never talks, which I like. I forget what it's called though. Lisa's wedding. Okay. I'm very literal. Very literal naming. I guess I could have got that. Lisa's wedding. I might stump people and say that I'm gonna actually put this in I choose you. I really like this episode. I think it has like a level of comfiness. It has a level of safety, I feel like, a little bit, which is weird. Like, if it makes me feel safe about the future, if that makes sense. Because I'm like, well, the Simpsons are still okay. They're gonna be fine. I love how there's Homer wants to live under the sea still, but he doesn't get to. He does get to in a different future, I think. I love how Marge takes out a court order so that he can't help plan the wedding. I love Bart having a construction job, just getting all his aggression out before he finally goes to law school. Maggie still not being allowed to talk. I like Hugh, the British guy that Lisa falls in love with. I love all the robots too. The stupid robots that literally, if they cry, they short out and explode. Young Master Hugh has fallen in love. Like, just why do they exist? Why do they? It's just such a stupid functionality of a robot to be able to cry and then not be able to handle crying. Oh, it's really good. I really like that episode. All right, we only got Jesus. How we got quite a bit, huh? Originally I did start this and I didn't finish this because the last time I did this off the back of like a 3 hour long ranking 250 TV shows tier list. So I didn't have the mental fortitude to do it. I'm really happy with the progress we've done. But we are trailing on like 4.5 hours. I'm expecting this to be done in like an hour and a half, maybe. This is fun though. It's fun to remember the Simpsons. They're not dead or anything. In fact, I rewatched them, but it still feels really fun. I don't know why. I just don't know why. All right, we got what else have we got? So we've got Lisa's rival, right? This has by the way, this is crazy. No, it's crazy because it's not true. I thought this is the episode that has Meryl Streep, but Meryl Streep plays the Reverend's daughter. This Lisa's substitute. Who's that played by? Lisa Submarine. Dustin Hoffman. Nope, that can't be it. But I looked up the wrong episode. Lisa's rival. I'm like, I don't remember Dustin Hoffman playing a little girl. Winona Ryder plays Allison. Um, Lisa's gets very jealous of a girl who is skipped a grade and is basically just like a smarter Lisa. Um, and there's some really good lines. How come I've never been skipped a grade? This is Lisa talking to Marge, her mom. I don't know why I had to, to mention the familial relationship like it's an Am I the Asshole post. Anyway, she's talking to mm, Marge, like, how come I've never been skipped a grade? Oh, I don't know, honey. I guess the school never thought you should be. Well, why didn't you ask? Maybe you could have been a little nicer to Principal Skinner, if you know what I mean. Lisa, I am nice. She doesn't understand the subtext of like, I don't know, I guess for some reason Lisa wanted her mother to do sexual favors for Principal Skinner to have her skip the grade, but she just misses that subtext entirely. There's a scene where they're jamming out. It's actually in this scene where they're jamming out to their saxophones. And all the kids start dancing. And for some reason, some people hated that scene. Just the dancing. I don't know why. I don't mind it. But I don't love this episode. I don't hate it either. But, you know, I think it's going to go into Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. I think that's a fair assessment for me personally. My cat's breath smells like cat food is great. The subversion that that Principal Skinner only cares about Ralph's display because it has Chewie and Jar Jar Binks. Well, not Jar Jar Binks. I guess he didn't exist at that point. He was just a speckle in George Lucas's martini. At that point. 24 and a half Dalmatians, 25 and 2,001 Greyhounds. They're not even Dalmatians. I like this episode because Santa's little helper gets to get it on, and I'm happy for him. There's other reasons I like it too. I like dogs in general. I love the little gag that they have when the girl doggy gets pregnant, which I don't know what happens to her afterwards. I have no idea. I guess she just kind of gets written out of the show. They probably couldn't afford the actress. So yeah, they're like doing the montage of her like giving birth and like 23, 24, and then like there's like a clock moving quickly. There's like the panning to all their faces, and it's like in your head you're like, wow, how many more are there gonna be? And then finally it's like 25, and that's the final count. It's just a great subversion. I love subversion jokes. I think everybody does. I think fundamentally jokes are funny because they subvert your expectation, right? Like the unexpected is what's funny about a joke. Or maybe not. Because loud is funny, and that's not really a subversion. I like Mr. Burns's dance and song. See my vest, made from real gorilla chest. Do, 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 do. I forget the rest. But basically, Mr. Burns wants to kidnap the 25 greyhounds to make a vest out of them. And I love what he's doing. And he's just stuffing them into a sack. And Smithers is like, honestly, sir, I just feel like you don't give the same attention to your schemes like you used to. He does, and then he can't bring himself to kill the greyhounds because he had a favorite who would stand up on his hind legs. He would be standing up like Rory Calhoun, and then the kids trick because they mix him in, and then they trick all the other ones to stand up with a dirty sock. It's like, I can't kill them. They all look like a bunch of Rory Calhouns, but I can kill you, children. No, I can't. Look at you standing up on your hind legs like a bunch of Rory Calhouns. I also love how he's like, here's a phone, call someone who cares. And Lisa starts dialing 911 and he quickly grabs it and says, give me that. You know what? Let's go for the excellent here. Let's go to the excellent pile. The PTA disbands. Yes, okay. The PTA disbands. Great episode. Except is this the same episode where the guy says the PTA did not disband? Let me check Frinkiac real quick. It is from this episode, okay. It's funny because the PTA does not actually disband. Genuinely the funniest scene. I don't even care if like this is an issue. By the way, look, I got new pads. New pads. Isn't that cool? Look at my old pads. It's hard to compare, but these pads are like basically a lot thicker. And they're the same brand. They're just plus look how white these are. That's from Man Gunk. Sorry. What am I trying to find? The PTA disbands the finger thing. This is probably the funniest like exchange in The Simpsons. Just listen to like the background. I love it so much.
We have a very tight budget to do what she's asking. We'd have to raise taxes.
Raise way too high as they are.
Raise taxes. They're way too high as they are now. Taxes are bad.
It's your children's future.
Children are important. Yes.
It'll cost you.
Oh, the taxes.
Come on.
All right, that's a good point. Yes. Oh, yeah, the taxes. The finger thing means the tax.
Well, I guess this is a...
I just love it so much.
Oh, yeah, she makes a good point. The children. Oh, the taxes. The finger thing means the taxes.
case where we'll have to agree to disagree.
I don't agree to that.
Neither do I.
Oh, this is a deli of a pickle.
Oh my God! The PTA has disbanded.
No, the PTA has not disbanded.
Such a good gag. This whole 50 seconds, but just
We have a very tight
Please,
budget
just-
to do what she's asking. We'd have to raise taxes.
Raise way too high as they are. Taxes are bad.
It's
Taxes
your
are
children's
bad.
future.
Oh yeah, that's right. Children are important.
children are important.
It'll cost you.
Oh, the taxes.
The taxes.
Raise taxes.
Come on.
All right, that's a good point. Yes. Oh, yeah, the taxes. The finger thing means the taxes.
Well,
It's so good. It's so good. You know what? You know what? Give that episode the $100. Oh, I'm sorry. Just the taxes, the fake. Genuinely, that scene just makes it all worth it. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. What is this? Moaning Lisa? No, Round Springfield. When the jazz man testifying, the non-believer believes. You know what I'm saying? Another let me take my clothes off. Another Lisa-centric episode. Another one. And also good. Also good. I like Bleeding Gums Murphy. Very tragic villain / hero. Probably a hero. I love how his name is like, you ever been to the dentist? Yeah, I haven't. We taught you to. That's not a saxophone, that's an umbrella. You mean you taught me to play an umbrella this whole time? We thought it was funny. That's not very funny. It's a good episode. And the B plot is that Bart eats like a metal Cheerio from Krusty's plants, right? And it's really weird. Like the metal Cheerio, it cuts up his insides, but then he gets an appendectomy, I think. And do you remember this? People used to get them a lot. Like, people would just get their appendix taken out, like, a lot. And now you don't really hear about it as often. Like, what changed? I feel like in the 90s, like, everybody, because in the episode, they're like, who else wants to get their appendix removed? Me. Okay, nurse, get these patients prepped. And basically, like, the whole school goes out on, like, sick leave because, they have their appendixes removed. But it's not usual, right? Like, I guess it was, but something's changed. Maybe we put something in the water, I don't know. Anyway, so Bart gets a cash settlement, and his lawyer's fees basically total to $99,500. So he gets $500, and he uses that money to buy the record that Bleeding Gums Murphy recorded, so that Lisa can play it on the public airwave. There's a really funny joke. It's like, well, we're gonna have to. I can play the record, sure, but you might not get much viewership. We only have about a range of 50 feet. We're the most powerful jazz station in America. It's a great joke. But, eventually, yeah, Bart buys her the record, which I think is very nice. And the reason is because when nobody else would believe him, she did. I love that. I love that when Bart and Lisa are on the same team. It's very sad because Bleeding Gums Murphy dies, which I alluded to, I think. And then, he plays the sax one more time with Lisa. It's a good episode. It's a good episode. I'm going to put it in the excellence. Or maybe everything's coming up my list because I don't love it. I think, no, maybe I do. Maybe I do. When Bart is Dr. Butts checking in for duty and it's just his butt. That was fun. That was fun. I don't know what this episode is called, but I was gonna say the lawn arm of the lawn arm of Marge, or the lawn Marge of the law. Those are my guesses. It's called the Springfield Connection. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Marge becomes a cop, and unfortunately, ACAB does include Marge as a cop, even though her with her hair down, kind of foxy. But she does bust up a counterfeit jeans operation operating out of their car hole, so that's nice. There's some great gags in there. She's doing like the shooting test, and then Chief Wiggum comes out at the end. He's like, "You missed the baby. You missed the blind man." It's great. Been at this for 5 hours. I could do 5 more if I get some food in me. I like The Simpsons. What can I cannot lie. There are quite a few good gags. Whoa, Homer, this is your living room? I thought it was Las Vegas with the opulent tapestries. Herman is an interesting character. Herman is a weird character because he sells antique weapons and stuff, but he's also served in a war at the very least. But also he kidnaps people, and the implication is that he's gonna do something bad to them, kind of like in Pulp Fiction. He's all around. And then Herman here, he's operating in a counterfeit jeans operation. Basically, he's kind of a utilitarian character for just shady stuff when you don't want to use Snake. It's a pretty good episode, but not my favorite. Because of ACAB. Lemon of Troy. Right away, I lost it. Where is it? Where did I put it? Chat. I bet my Wookiee. Where did it go? Right away. Where did it go? Chat, I disappeared it. What the heck? Oh, there it is. Okay. Right away, I choose you. One of the best episodes. It's such a fun episode where they go to Shelbyville, where everything's like a little bit different but the same. It felt like meeting kids from a different apartment building than yours, or like a different apartment complex. I've had feelings like this. It's pretty fun. It's just such a great episode. Wait a minute. There's 11 behind that rock. I can't even articulate the main points of why it's so good. It's just a really fun journey. Homer, Bart quit his tutoring job and joined the violence gang. That might be a different episode though. Let me check actually. Violence gang. No, it is Lemon of Troy. Bart's quit his tutoring job and joined the violence gang. What a great line. Oh, yeah, great episode. I love it. Okay, I just want to. So there's Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1 and Part 2, and I feel like you can't separate them in my mind. I'm gonna put whichever one. Actually, you know what? I think maybe I can separate them. I think Part 2 is excellent, and Part 1 is Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. And my reasoning for this is because I like the Twin Peaks reference in Part 2. And in Part 1, I do think like the main story is interesting because it starts with it's Super Dude, right? Super Dude dies. Is it not Super Dude? Yes, it is. Okay, Super Dude dies. Groundskeeper Willie tries to bury him. Why he tries to bury him inside of like a closet in the basement of the school, I have no idea. And also why that the basement of the school has just raw earth underneath, I also have no idea. But he strikes oil. The school is gonna be filthy rich. They're gonna get like a guitar that's actually 2 guitars. And then eventually Mr. Burns taps it. He steals it. Mr. Smithers coughing up an ashtray is really fun. And somebody shoots Mr. Burns, of course. And I think that's why Part 2 is better. Is because I think it has Part 1 is a lot of setup. Part 2 is more like funny stuff happening, right? And of course Maggie shot Mr. Burns. Again, that's why she's my favorite character. And on top of that, I also recall later Mr. Burns visits their house. It's like, if it isn't the little girl who shot me. And Maggie just finger guns him. It's so cute. Because she's a killer. She's a killer. Another Simpsons clip show. Another worst episode ever. Also, I think All Singing, All Dancing is another clip show, right? Or maybe it's just a musical episode. Either way. Itchy and Scratchy Land. Okay. Nobody ruins my vacations. Except maybe me and maybe the boy. This is like a jumping the shark moment for The Simpsons. Not really. But it is kind of a bit far-fetched plot idea, right? They go to an island and all the animals want to kill them. But I love the interrupting executive. Rusty? Maybe. Harmful? Hardly. All our robots are designed to be safe, to tell apart park practitioners and each other so that, oh my god, I can't even ad-lib the lines. It's horrible. It's horrible. Just watch the episode. It's pretty good. I like it. It is kind of jumping the gun a little bit, jumping the shark. But, it's a good episode. I enjoy it. I see all that stuff in there, Homer. That's why your robot never worked. Sideshow Bob Roberts. It's about a populist leader who takes control of the town by basically rigging the election. But also, I mean, well, Quimby, he's the lesser of two evils now. It's a good episode. I love how he just terrorizes Bart's family, because apparently for some reason the mayor has enough power to just be a terror, like building the Matlock Expressway right through their house. Good episode. But I don't know if it. I'm a hoke to you. I don't know if it's truly elevated to excellence. Treehouse of Horror 5. Don't mind if I do. I gotta remember what is in it. The Shinning. That's a good one. Do you want to get sued, boy? That was not really a groundskeeper Willie accent. Yes, it's a good one. I like the Shinning one. Time and Punishment. Okay, so that's the one where he goes back in time and then he just changes everything, and then he finally Oh, if only Homer stayed in the timeline where they had a man, they lived in the castle and it rained donuts. And Nightmare Cafeteria. I want to talk about that one a little bit. That segment is insane. Like it's terrifying, right? They're literally cannibals. Like a lot of the other segments, they're kind of magical and fantastical. Nightmare Cafeteria is literally just all the teachers decided to be cannibals. And it's kind of terrifying. And they have like the huge blender, and Millhouse falls into it, and you see him. I feel like, in my mind, you see him get like eviscerated, right? But like, I don't think that actually happens. I think they cut away. And then at the end, it does cut away, and Homer's getting woken up. I mean, sorry, Bart is getting woken up because they got a. There's no such thing as monsters, except the gas that turns your body inside out. And then it starts, uh-oh, it's leaking in. And Homer says, lousy weatherproofing. And then they all turn inside out, and it becomes like a skit from Family Guy. It's a weird ending. And also the gas that turns you inside out is kind of grotesque. Right? They're all like gooey and lumpy. Anyway, it's a very good one. Excelente. Bart, I don't know what it's called. Bart's girlfriend. Okay, well, that's Meryl Streep. She just looks like a 9-year-old, but she's actually Meryl Streep. It's a strong episode. I like how Bart gets put into a Hannibal Lecter chair, and Marge's like, that can't be good for his self-esteem. Just treated as a town pariah. I love the phrase. He's like, well, I'm the preacher's daughter, and you're just yellow trash. Great episode all around. What's the B plot? I know that Lisa speaks out for Bart, but is there a B plot? There has to be. There has to be. No, there is no B plot. Wow. Yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'd say it's even excellent. It's just nice to have like a simple story like that where you're so much better than plain and tall Jane. And there's just like a girl standing. You can see her at the top of her head behind the fence, and she starts crying. Oh, plain and tall Jane. Lisa on Ice. Yes. Another classic. Ah, this one's really good. I like it because it's brother, sister, Bart has a lot of great jokes. Just the idea that Homer keeps like Bart's turtle as like a hostage, I suppose, for no if he doesn't do well at ice hockey. Kill Bart, kill Bart, kill Bart, kill Bart, kill Bart, kill. You know, the rivalry. I was gonna say this is a heated rivalry, but I don't. From what I understand about that show, this is not like that at all. I hope. I don't talk to me about your homegrown Simpsons stuff. It's a good episode. I just like it. The longer this is going on, I agree. Like my analysis has become thinner. And also, to be fair, the episodes do get a bit thinner as well. Like you kind of start seeing a change. Maybe not here, but in a few seasons where there's just less stuff going on at the same time. But you know, Lisa on Ice is a pretty simple, nice story. Marge, I mean, yeah, Marge just holding on to Millhouse's teeth. Mom, can you stop showing us his teeth? And then he's knocking on the door. He's like, do you have my teeth? And everybody looks at Marge, and she's like, no. Just a great non sequitur. So you know what? This is also going to the excellent pile. Homer Badman. Homer gets accused of sexually assaulting a woman, mostly incorrectly. He did like peel a gummy off of her ass, but obviously it wasn't with sexual intention. Kind of a weird episode. Not weird, but like I don't know. It's a commentary, right? Like there's like stuff like I don't know Homer Simpson. I've never seen Homer Simpson. I never interacted with Homer Simpson, but and the woman starts crying like there. Your tears say more than facts ever could. Like it was lambasting feminism a little bit, but it was also like I don't know. Homer is also I mean, the whole thing starts off with them going to a candy convention and him just stealing lots of candy, especially the gummy Venus de Milo, crafted by gummy artisans who only work in the craft of gummy. Stop saying gummy. Um, and then he like rants to this college student, like, "Hey, how come you guys are so smart, but but you can't save the world?" And she's like, "Sorry." He's like, "Ah, it's not your fault. Hey, can you hold the wheel while I have a bite of this?" And then it ends with like him being exonerated because groundskeeper Willie uh records him and he says, "Ah, but every Scottish person does this." And then he also says, what else does he say? There was like a headline for it. It's called Rodney Peeper, right? It's a great headline. I'm gonna put it into Everything's Coming Up Millhouse. It's quite good, but yeah, it's not like a die for episode. I do like how they edit Homer to be like the ultimate creep on the bottom or rock bottom. No, Mr. Simpson, please. Her sweet cans. I wanted to touch her sweet cans. Good. That's pretty good. Simpsons 138th episode spectacular. Yep. This is not a clip show, but it's kind of a clip show. It's like but it has new segments, but it's weird. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I'm gonna put it in Boo Earns. It's not a skip, but I don't love it. And you know what I've been thinking about? I'm gonna put the Mindy episode down to Lesson is Never Try. The spectacular, can't get over this face. Such a good face. It has new stuff, but it's also like kind of jarring. It's not a great episode to fall asleep watching. Because if you look, there's going to be like an eldritch horror that they call Krusty on the screen from season 1. It does break the fourth wall, obviously, but that's fine. I don't mind that. Oh, Marge be not proud. Okay, I have a story about this episode. We have this big chain of stores in Canada called Loblaws. And if you know anything about the Weston Galen family, fuck Loblaws. And they have a spin-off store called the Great Canadian Superstore, which is a bit full of itself in terms of branding. But they would have like a technology section. They would also have like these big bins of discount games, and that's where you could find Gun. But they had a technology section kind of outside of the superstore area, like the grocery area. And there was a DVD called Bart Wars, and it looked like it was supposed to be like a Star Wars Simpsons parody. And I was like, holy crap, can we get this, Mom? Right? They made a Star Wars Simpsons parody. As like an 11-year-old, that's like your two favorite things in one thing. How could it not be good? It has like literally like Leela Lisa has a Princess Leia haircut, and like Homer is Darth Vader, and Bart is like, I guess, Luke Skywalker, and they have like a Death Star. And I got it, and I was kind of confused at the back. But when I got home, it was all made clear. It was just a collection of like 5 episodes about Bart. And Marge Be Not Proud was one of those episodes. It might have even been the first episode. And so I watched this episode a lot because it was one of the very few episodes I had as a kid that I could rewatch. And I like it. It's like it occupies like a similar cozy feeling as a few other episodes, but like not crazy cozy. Like it obvious because the subject matter is Bart shoplifts. With Dan Bronco, which honestly, like the guy who voices him, he didn't even understand the jokes, but it's so funny. Just the way he talks, the fact that Bart doesn't know the word capiche, and so when he remembers it later, he thinks the guy said catfish. The voice message that Bart exchanges, Homer's saying, we didn't have a message when we left. How very odd. Hello, Mata. Hello, Fada. Here I am at Camp Granada. Marge, is Lisa at Camp Granada? The marshmallows, the snow, him, Bone Storm. I mean, it's just an all timer, honestly. It might actually be a Choo Choo Choose You episode for me. It might really be up there for me. I like it. I like it. Don't remember what this one's called. Team Homer, okay. And to be quite honest, I don't care for it too much. Like I'm gonna put it into Coming Up Millhouse. It's all right. It's not egregious or anything. It's about bowling. How hard of a game can bowling be? You only need like 10 strikes to get a perfect game. Okay. How many do we have left? There's 71 episodes left. Oh my god. Oh god. Chat, I don't know how much longer I can keep this pace. There's 71 episodes left. Okay, you know what? I feel comfortable stopping it there, and we can pick this up tomorrow. But I didn't realize there's 71 episodes left. So this is what we're at right now. There's 71 episodes left. I am going to, yeah, okay, so we've done 100, there's 190 total, so we've done 120. That took 5 hours. 71 would take like another 3. I'm running out of steam. So, thank you for all the new viewers. Thank you for all the new subs. I had a great time reminiscing about The Simpsons. I will be back tomorrow. It's a guarantee. I just don't know exactly. I'm going to try to aim for 10 a.m. Eastern, but I can't guarantee that. But I'll try. And I will definitely finish this tier list. I'm I'm surprised as you are that it took so long. I guess, yeah. I mean, Simpsons is great. Simpsons is great. In this time, you could have watched 10 Simpsons episodes, but we've rated 119 of them instead. So you're kind of maximizing your time here. All right. Thank you all for watching. Let me just make sure this saves. Log in. I don't know if hopefully it'll save. If it doesn't save, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. All right. Have a fantastic Sunday. I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. Bye bye.